this work? Connect to encoder to go live. Oops. Yeah, first and only. I'm probably just streaming for like an hour if anybody needs help with their builds, they can kind of trickle in. Okay, trying to get this shit set up. I still don't know how to actually pop the chat out. How to pop chat out OBS. Can you hear me, by the way? Drum? I don't know if this is working. Okay. Oh, okay. Why is the delay? How do I lower the delay? Because it sounds like there's like a 20-30 second delay or something like that. I looked it up and it said to set low latency instead of normal latency, but it seems like there's still some kind of pretty significant delay on the... Here, let me see if I can hear myself. See, instead of normal latency, but it seems like there's still some kind of pretty significant delay on the... Yeah. Here, let me see if I can hear myself. See, instead of normal latency, but it seems like there's still some kind of pretty significant delay on... that's kind of weird. How to no delay YouTube OBS stream. Yeah, no problem, man. I appreciate the kind words. Go live, select ultra low latency. I don't know if my... How can I still change this after starting the stream? Oh yeah, no problem, man. Have a good night. And have a good vacation. Okay, I don't think I can change this anymore. There's no added delay. I can't select this. I guess because I already started the stream. Alright. It is what it is, I guess. I guess there's just going to be a delay. I'll try to figure this out. Anyways, basically just mapping a little bit, hanging out. If anybody has trouble with any part of their build, then you can like post your POB, you can ask questions, and I'll try my best to help out. Because it seems like people are kind of struggling to set up certain parts of the build. But yeah, otherwise I'm just going to be mapping and chilling for a little bit. Oh. What can I still change on the... Where did my stream thing go? So... Wait, am I not live? Holy shit, I don't know how to manage this. Error, you need to change... Wait, am I not live? You need to change video resolution. Not supported for this configuration. Bruh. Okay, I'm still live. This is so confusing, man. I don't know how to get this stuff set up. Okay, I think it's working. I'm just mapping then if anybody has questions. Mixing the low budget version and Mage Blood. Yeah, that's the thing I like about the build, or I guess the way I set up builds in general. You can kind of just upgrade it incrementally as you go. You don't have to really jump right into the high budget version. You can just start from the low budget version, stick on a Mage Blood, and just gradually move into the high budget gear, right? There's no point at which you have to like farm up to a certain amount of currency before you swap. You can just gradually swap it over. Because it's just kind of regular gear upgrades in most of the slots that you eventually make. Can you guys hear me okay, by the way? Good to hear, good to hear. Yeah, if any of you are having trouble setting anything up with respect to the builds, you can link me your POBs, your profiles, and I'll try to get it figured out. Ooh, start a stream tink. Quit the league, but your Earthshatter build was sick. Thank you. Bro, you should come back to the league. I feel like this is gonna be the only league where Gemling has all these broken interactions and skills, and like, you're never gonna get to try them again. It doesn't even have to be Earthshatter. There's so many really sick Gemling builds. I'm pretty sure, like, all of this Vergless, Frostwall stuff, Arctic Armor, Flame Blast, a bunch of Cast on Dodge, I'm pretty sure these are all going away. There's no way these are staying in the game. I'm actually surprised that I'm able to, oopsies, play the game. I was lagging a lot yesterday. Like, yesterday was the first time I tried setting up a stream while playing, and I was lagging out the ass, but this is actually kind of okay, surprisingly. Where even is... Bro, I'm like lost pathfinding through this map. Where's the boss? There we are. Bro, these mid-fight cutscene bosses are like... Seismic. Sorry, my cat is like going off in the background. I don't know if you guys can hear that. But yeah, if any of you are still using Infernal Cry, I do recommend swapping over to Seismic. Like, this was a relatively recent thing. I completely forgot about this tech. This was found last league when everybody was trying out the Shapeshift Warcry stuff. For some reason, Seismic Cry is bugged, and it gives double the amount of rage that it's supposed to. Usually, when you take Roaring Cries and Raging Cries, and you use something like Infernal Cry, you get 8 rage per echo, and then you have 3 echoes, so you generate 24 rage. For some reason, Seismic Cry is bugged and gives double on all Warcry effects. So you can kind of see it's giving 16 instead of 8 per echo. So you just shoot up to 48 rage like instantly at the start of a map or before bosses. The range is smaller than Infernal Cry, so you have to spawn your Ice Wall closer to you, but it's... I don't know why it works like this. It's the only Warcry that works this way. Been slowly gathering the pieces of Exodia to play this build endgame. Honestly, you don't even need to gather all the pieces. You can start with the budget version. Like, um, everything, including 200% deli, except maybe Grand Expedition, you can do on like a 50 div budget if you follow the budget version with the shield. Like, it's not even a build where you have to slowly gather everything before you actually... Oh, it's before you actually play it. You can just get started on it and then like slowly upgrade into the final endgame version. Because most of the pieces are the same. It's pretty much just dropping off the shield for the scepter once you're tanky enough without the shield. Oh, it's over there. Oh, I didn't bring Liquid Versium. Okay, that's fine. What? Why did they spawn like this? Can I actually get them all? No, man. I actually don't think I can get all the way around. That is bizarre placement, by the way. What the hell? Uh... No way, man. Trying to play a build where you don't lose your GE maps. I would say I haven't done a whole lot of Grand Expedition on this setup. Like, my suspicion would be if you're trying to set up a new character expressly to farm Grand Expedition, it's probably not this character. Like I've had no problem running anything that I've actually done on this character, but with Grand Expedition, there's like a couple annoying points. First, this is like a pure melee build, right? And the Grand Expedition mobs drop freaking two flagpole is yeah, the Grand Expedition mobs drop volatiles like all over the place. And on melee builds, it's so annoying. You just have to keep whirling out of the way of those. This is also not like an omnidirectional build like whirling. So, or sorry, like whirling assault. So you actually have to aim the Earthshatter, which is super annoying if you're like whirling all over the place. And then the main thing is there's a reflect chill rune from Grand Expedition. And this build like perma chills. So you're always reflecting that chill on yourself if you get that rune, which is not like a killer, but it means you have to adjust the build a little bit to actually get chill immunity. Like there's an Alder's Legacy boot rune. There is a lore weave mod that has immunity to chill on it. But if you don't get one of those, I think purely farming Grand Expedition is going to be a pain in the ass on like any cold build, because you're always going to be reflecting that chill back on yourself as soon as you get that rune. Even in maps, if I get that reverse chill rune, it's like fucking annoying. It's not build killing again. Like you can adjust the build for it, but I wouldn't run the build 1-to-1 for Grand Expedition. I would probably change Mageblood out with Headhunter, because I think Headhunter's way better in Grand Expedition, and I would definitely try to get some kind of chill immunity onto the build. Otherwise, you're just gonna be so fucking annoyed every time you get that rune. Hey, man. Okay, this is just the worst spawn ever, by the way. I actually just can't get the lower ones. I think the other thing with Grand Expedition with this build is you probably want to use a Rare Mace instead of Oral Visara. Because there's so many pauses in Expedition when you're waiting for the fuses to reach the next location that your Oral Visara stacks just kind of drop off, like, constantly. Whereas when you're mapping, you're... What the fuck? Oh my god. That's my first death since, like, 95. I was, like, staring at the stream chat. That is wild. Oh my lord, what did I even die to? Oh, my bad, man. I was staring at stream chat. Do I even have Amelioration? I do. Okay, that's fucking lame. Spirit of the Wolf being OP for some reason, but can't find it. It's just because of the armor break on Spirit of the Wolf. I have not died since like 95 on this character. As soon as I looked at stream chat, I like walked over a volatile or something. No, that's not your fault. That's completely my fault. This is my first time ever like streaming and playing, so I need to adjust to it. I actually don't even know what I died to. That's wild. Spirit Walker, Warrior Invictus at 50% armor. Can I put Elemental Res? 50%? Could I put... If you're trying to play this build, it has to be on Gemling. This build doesn't work on non-Gemling. At least the way that I have it set up. Wait, this is not... How is this not Delhi? Bro, I'm so lost. What? I was sure this was on the 200 Delhi zone. Where's the fog? Okay, that's kind of weird. Let me just rush the boss. But yeah, like, Grand Expedition is just full of those, and I just find it super annoying on, like, pure melee builds. You just always have to keep moving out of the way. Load some mire. I think I'll pass. Leveling second Gemling. Yeah, this is my second Gemling as well. Because I wanted to keep, like, I respect my characters a lot, but I wanted to keep an active character that I could actually farm on, so I didn't want to, like, you know, full respec into something that didn't work. So this is actually my second character, second Gemling as well. I've got a Spirit Walker, 2 Gemlings, and then I don't know what I'm playing next. Oh, Drat, you can link me your Poe Ninja. Just copy paste everything after profile, and then I'll check it out. Cause no, you can't send the whole link. If you send the whole link, YouTube filters it out because it's a link, a URL. So you have to copy paste just the part after profile, and I'll copy that part in. Yo, wait. What the fuck happened? My keyboard stopped working, man. What? My keyboard is... Bro, my USB is not working. That is crazy. I start stream and die twice. That's fucking filthy. I actually could not. My keyboard is not working. Here we go. What the hell? Oh. Alright, hopefully you guys don't see that as representative of the build. I just stood there until I died. No, actually, though. I need to get this keyboard replaced. The Q key also keeps coming off. Why is it? My keyboard keeps turning off. Oh, that's not good. Bro, I'm playing on the most scuffed setup right now. I'm on a laptop. My keyboard is like on the way out. Does YouTube have stream recordings? I want to rewatch. What the fuck happened? Like, I just stood there until I died, man. That was great. Like, I was sitting there trying to work. No, maybe it was my mouse. Oh, beautiful. I just stood there until I died. Oh, do you guys hear that? Sorry. I'm trying to get it to work. It just, like, I plug it in and then it unplugs. Or rather, it just stops working. I think it's good now. Bro, I legit start stream and die twice. That's crazy. That's incredible. Top tier build showcase. Okay, Edger Sin. Let me see. But can I... How do I... How do I open the... Oh, here we go. Sorry, I am so new to streaming that I have no idea how to manage this chat stuff. Can I copy paste from here? Okay. Po Ninja profile. Funny for you, not for my EXP bar, man. Fucking dying at level 98? That's not chill. Why did that not work? Edgerson Meliodas. Is this from Seven Deadly Sins? The manga? Oh, you're the one doing 0 to hero, right? So you're starting on, like, no gear. Definitely quality up your Sadist Mercy, man. Yeah, deaths at 98 are not fun, man. Yeah. Quality up your Sadist's Mercy. You're missing a lot of damage here. Vestige, you're still level 90. Quality up your shield as well. Like, surely you at least have some whetstones and armor scraps. You got cast on Ella ailments. Hey, your rings look good for 0 to hero. Do you have ward anywhere? Okay, you don't have ward yet, so... Oh, you definitely should be buying a Chalice, because I think even by level 90, you're probably running into some mana issues. So get an Uhtred's Chalice, and then make sure you Runeforge something. It can be any piece, like Loreweave is the easiest piece, because if you use the Chalice when you have no ward, it drains like 5% of your max HP per second, so you're just going to kill yourself. Yeah. Oh, you have the max life as... Okay. Something that might be easier is just Runeforge the Loreweave, and then because you're doing 0 to hero, and it's kind of hard to cap resistances and get like other stats, use a Rune of the Prism in here instead of warding Rune of the Heart, because it gives you 20% max, or sorry, 20% all res, and it doesn't have the 10% max all res penalty if you're wearing Loreweave, because the Loreweave overrides it with the maximum res line. So it's just the rune that gives you 20% all res straight up. It's super good if you're doing like Headhunter, or if you're trying to do a 0 to hero run. But yeah, this looks solid overall. It's a good start for sure. And then you definitely need, I don't know how easy it is on a 0 to hero, but you need to get a Heart of the Well that has recover mana on kill. Because this build is just so fucking mana hungry once you get some attack speed going. So definitely that needs to be taken care of. Refraction. Cast on. This looks good. The rest of this is looking good. mag area before. Yeah. This all looks set up properly. You have the extra moats as well, so it's just taking care of the quality, probably Rune of the Prism, and Rune Forging the Lore Weave, getting mana on kill. Eventually, yes, but you want to wear a Vestige until you swap off Sadist's Mercy into Oral Vasara, or like an Elemental Mace, or you just have like really, really good flat Elemental on rings. Because if you swap off your Vestige right now, you're probably going to have really bad consistency on your cast on Elemental Ailments, since you're using a full Fizz Mace, if that makes sense. So I recommend using these two together unless you have like really, really good rings, which you're not going to have on a 0 to hero early on. Are you doing like an Iron Man? Like, are you doing like SSF type 0 to hero, or can you still buy stuff? Going to 1/3 the cold, but yeah, the good roll basis went up. Something you can do is you can just buy a super cheap Oral Vasara. I don't know what signed me out. Don't look, guys. What? Sorry, let me do this again. Incorrect. I didn't even put anything in. Okay, so Oral Vasaras, the baseline ones. Yeah, docs time. These, when I made the video, these were like... Oh, I have to take Corrupted off. These were like 5 Exalts. They're not too bad still. 1 div, 2 div. You can still buy them for sure. Oh, you're still buying? Then yeah, that's okay. But basically, if the prices on these go too high, something you can do is just buy a really shit Oral Vasara. Just whatever's cheapest, like 2 Exalts. And then Runeforge, and then just divine the Runeforge to get a good roll. If the high attack speed ones are too expensive. But I think the prices look not too bad right now. Like 1 to 2 divines is still not bad. At least in my eyes. Although it's a lot more than what I originally recorded the video at. If I get hit with another keyboard unplug, I'm gonna lose it, man. Where's the... Probably get 1 div and try it right now. Yeah. The prices look not too bad, though. Like, the last time I checked the 29%, it went up to, like, 5 divs or something, but it looks like it's gone back down, so that's pretty good. Can't see shit. Rite of Passage, not necessary, but unlocks it. Yeah, I would say it's very high on the list of priorities. If you don't have a Rite of Passage Wolf yet, then I would swap out the Herald of Ice training setup and just put in regular supports. Like, don't put Armor Explosion, don't put Embitter in your Herald of Ice unless you actually have the Rite of Passage. Because you can't Armor Explode if you can't Armor Break. And all of the Armor Break is coming from the Rite of Passage. So just sub out the Armor Explosion and the Embitter with, like, Cold Mastery and, I don't know, like Cold Attunement or something like that. Just some other damage support. Or Elemental Focus. Cold Mastery and Elemental Focus until you get the Rite of Passage. Finding gloves, helms with good armor is tough. Yeah, I think the helmet especially, gloves should not be a problem. You also don't need super high armor gloves. You don't have to do leather-bound gauntlets. But helmet is definitely tough because you have to use an exceptional 2-socket base. Yeah, I can check it out. POB 231E2. Wait, how do I actually do this from a POV link? Is it with max roll? Oh, that I did not do that right. Wait, no, it's not this. How do I actually open that? If you can give me your PoE ninja link, like the way the Dratted did, like just copy paste the part after PoE 2 or after profile and give me this from your character and Po Ninja, that's a lot easier for me. Otherwise, I have to kind of figure out what program I'm supposed to input it in. What gems would you sock into the tabula rasa chest? If you're level, it depends what you're leveling with. If you're leveling with crossbows, like I did, just put in some projectile speed, some movement speed, whatever you have laying around. It's gonna be totally fine because it's a twink character, anyways, right? No, Tofu. Like this stuff. Load up your character on Po Ninja and copy paste this to me. Like it should say your account name and number, and then Runes of Elder character and character name. Are you going to your actual character? Like go to characters in the top right and click whatever your character name is, and this is what it should say at the top. You can also level with like face breakers though. Like just do melee damage, attack damage, strength, and just do like a strength stack tree. If you want to level melee all the way, then face breakers are like perfectly acceptable. You're generating from PO. Okay, I'll try to. Yeah, it's just a lot easier for me if everybody just does Po Ninja links, because then I don't have to bounce back and forth between different. Okay, does that even work if I? How do I go to my chat? Where do you get the knowledge to Runeforge Oral Visara? You pretty much just have to go through campaign. I think it's just one of the campaign ones. You just have to unlock the Verisium Anvil, right? If I'm not mistaken. Okay, no problem. Like, I don't think... I think it's literally just unlocking the Verisium Anvil, if I'm not mistaken. Or is there a recipe that you have to have? I could be wrong. Because I just had it unlocked automatically. So, I didn't realize there was, like, some recipe or something you had to unlock. Wow, I am lagging bad right now. Holy. Could be one of the Grand Expedition recipes. Oh. Maybe. That may be the case. Yeah, I just had it on... Bro. Can I actually play this game while streaming? I'm just, like, full crashed. Okay, let me restart my game. I'm sorry, guys. I'm on a laptop. It is not exactly the ideal setup for playing while streaming. Did Expedition tutorial and had the recipe? No, it's not even performance anxiety. I'm just on a laptop. It's like... just not the ideal setup. I'm moving back to California in a couple weeks, so maybe once I'm there I can pick up an actual PC and stream a little bit better. But right now it's pretty difficult. Like, I have bad frame lag and a lot of crashes on this laptop, especially if I'm streaming. Holy. Okay, I might have to just sit and hide. Like, look, these... I'm at, like, 1 FPS, man. It may be a sit and hideout and look at PoE Ninja streams. This is not playable. Oh boy. Okay, let me just try to see if I can not die to the boss at 1 FPS and get out of here.
Your corpse will feed the new tomorrow.
Your character's not loading on Po Ninja. 1 second.
Utopia awaits, whether you like it or not. Behold the beginning of tomorrow. My flesh is unimportant.
If you just copy and paste that after Pwn Ninja, it should work. Okay, I'll give it a try. I don't think that's gonna work though. At least after Pwn Ninja. Alright, let's see. Oh, no, you're right, it works. Okay. Wait, no, it doesn't work. This is like half loaded. Did you actually like upload your character to Pwn Ninja? You have to connect your character. This is like a half profile for some reason. Leveling Merc via Glacial Bolt. Glacial Bolt looks super nice, man. I want to do a Glacial Bolt character as well. Okay, how do I... Okay, there we go. Black Sky Bimmer. Yeah, it looks fucking insane. I'm pretty sure Glacial Bolt's not lasting into next league. Okay, so you're still level 93. You're doing the budget-ish version, correct? You have Spirit of the Bear. Okay, so right now you've got a mismatch in your setup. Like, you're doing the Herald of Ice training setup with Armor Explosion and Cold Attunement, but you've got Spirit of the Bear, which means you don't actually have any armor break. So you either need to swap this out for Spirit of the Wolf, which is a little bit expensive. It's like 70 divines or something like that last I checked. But this needs to be a Spirit of the Wolf, or you need to drop off your Armor Explosion and Cold Attunement for Cold Mastery and Elemental Focus. Because right now you can't armor break, so there's no point in having an Armor Explosion setup. This looks good. This all looks good. You can swap out Infernal Cry for Seismic Cry. You get double the rage because it's bugged for some reason. This all looks solid. It's worth it though. Spirit of Wolf is really good. Like, not only do you get the big booms, it also gives you the actual rarity, right? So you make the money back pretty quickly. Yeah, I mean, the rest of this is looking solid. 43. I would say... You're not capped on Chaos, but it's not too bad. But this is fine. Good Aura of Asara as well. Yeah, this is looking solid. I think the only thing here is you just keep like saving up, incrementally upgrading. There's nothing that's like standing out to me as incorrect in this setup outside of the Herald stuff. Oh, you do actually have Spirit here. That means you have enough Spirit that you can drop off... Oh, wait. No, you need Herald. You need Wolf for that. Once you swap the Wolf, you can drop off your Freezing Mark and put in Scavenged Plating instead of Freezing Mark. Because I really barely used Freezing Mark, and you have enough Spirit to actually fit Scavenged Plating. So that's the next swap I would do. Swap this for Wolf, and stick in Scavenged Plating. And then after that, it's just incremental upgrades. Like, this is looking solid. There's nothing super wrong here. I will say that you do need to get a bit more max life, though. Because you can see you have a max life roll on none of your gear, right? The only piece that you actually have life on is your shield, which means that you're going to be susceptible to one-shots if you're running like 200% deli. So try to get some more max life stuck into here, like onto your rings, onto your glove. Just wherever you can get it, get a little bit more max life. Try to get yourself up to more like 3.5k. Yeah, it's not too expensive, I think. Let me see. Make sure I'm not tripping. Can you guys hear my cat playing in the back, by the way? Yeah, 70 divs. It's actually not too bad right now. Okay, I say not too bad in the context of endgame items, right? It's like you don't need it on the build, but in the context of endgame upgrades, it's not bad. Do you think we can scale from pure Fizz Mace, like 800 plus DPS? LMA seems easier to scale, but not enough good ones available. You can do a Fizz Mace, but you need really, really good rings. Because the problem with Fizz Mace is it has really bad consistency with cast on Elemental Ailment unless you have elemental damage from somewhere else, right? Because your Fizz damage is not going to be contributing to your cast on Elemental Ailment. It's not going to be contributing to Shock, Ignite, Freeze. So if you have super good rings, you can run a Fizz Mace. If you have mediocre rings, I would not use a Fizz Mace. I would just use Aura of Asara or an Elemental Mace. Still leveling, but any direct pointers. Shattered. That's a fucking name and a half, man. I like your name. Here we go. Shattered. Okay, still 78. Oral Vasara. Oh, you're going right into the endgame setup. Okay. You might feel a little bit squishy going right into Sacred Flame instead of going in with a shield, but, you know, if you've got good enough gear, I think it's okay. Make sure you actually stock it a rune in here. You can just stick in the lightning rune temporarily. 4% qual, shatter. I will say you should probably get a better lore weave. This lore weave is kind of crappy. It only has one good roll on it, right? In the Chilla Shatter. If you can get like the Mana Flask Guard line, I think that one is super, super good. If you can get Onslaught or a bigger rarity, those are good. In my opinion, the two most important, though, are the Shatter line and the Guard on Mana Flask line. Because that one's really, really good for upping your max hit pool versus burst damage. And then I would say gradually fit in some more max life, but, you know, you're still leveling, so it makes sense you don't have, you know, finalized gear yet. You took General's Bindings. You went the wrong way on your tree, by the way. General's Bindings should be leather-bound gauntlets. This doesn't do anything because you don't have any evasion rating. Right? You have iron reflexes, so you're pure armor, so this is actually doing completely nothing for you. It should be leather-bound gauntlets, but you actually don't need to pick this up yet because you have really low armor gloves. So there's no real point doubling the armor on your gloves. The intent with this is every armor on your gloves you get evasion, then you convert it to armor with iron reflexes. So you're basically doubling your gloves. But your gloves have no real armor, so there's no point picking this up right now. So just drop this entire section off, put it into other stuff, and then pick this up later when you get good armor gloves. I can, if you want to come to my hideout, I can runeforge your Olvasara. I think you're on my friends list, right? Dratted? Yeah, you can just come to my hideout and I can runeforge it for you. Had the Sacred Flame from previous character? Yeah. Lore Weave with Mana Flask line, good Oh, you got the 1-8. Yeah. I wasn't able to find one that had the Chilla Shatter line, so I didn't purchase one. But for those of you who don't know, this line on Lore Weave, the using a Mana Flask grants guard equal to 100% of mana recovery, this is normally always set at 100%. But there's lore weaves that can over and under roll, and there's actually a version of this mod that can roll from 0 to 200%, which means every time you press your flask, you get like 2800 guard, which is fucking crazy. I'm actually, like, I didn't find any on Toe Ninja that had the other stats that I wanted. Let me see if there's any right now. Okay, so if I click this, 199. Oh my god, it's fucking 2 mirrors. Great. 2 mirrors. This is my exact lore weave, except with double the flask recovery. Okay, there's actually some here, but I don't like the other lines. Ooh, 600 divs. This is a nice one, though. It has the Mana Flask, it has the chill, and it has the up to 100% rarity. This is too expensive. But this is oh my god, it has 7 qual, 80% max res. It's like perfectly divs already. Well, except for this, never mind. You still have to div this. Yeah, and then these are down to normal. There's only 4 on the entire market that have the overrolled. Oh, nice, man. 6 qual. Yeah, they do exist, technically. But they are obscenely expensive. The only one that's not expensive doesn't have a good third line. So, right now there's nothing to buy. Alright, let's see if this works out. Good luck, man. Oh, you hit! Okay, easy, just like that. Nice, man. I can corrupt it for you if you want, but I think if you're on 0 to hero, you probably don't want to corrupt it. Yet. Gamba win. Not that big of a gamba. You can come to my hideout if you need it runeforged. Do you have to add me, or can you just come to my... If you have to add me, you can add Languidness or Gremlin League Aware, and you can come to my hideout. The guard line's not necessary. Yeah, it depends on what content you're running. Like, if you're running full 200% deli, like, full juiced stuff, I think it's pretty important. But, you know, if you feel tanky enough as is, then it's whatever. It's just an extra, right? Never use Spirit of the Wolf, and after hearing you talk about it, I bought it, one-shotting the whole screen. Okay, I will try to stress that a little bit more. The reason I don't really stress it is because invite the party. I've used Spirit of the Wolf in every single one of my builds this league because it's really, really hard to get Herald Chaining online this league without Spirit of the Wolf to do the crafting changes. So I don't talk about it too much in the videos because I put it in every single character. I don't want to like repeat myself to people who've watched all the videos, but I will try to keep that in mind because I've gotten a lot of questions. I've seen a lot of setups that are not running Spirit of the Wolf but are running Armor Explosion. So I think you're right. I will like emphasize that more. All right, let's see if you get it in one hit too. And Olroth's. Olroth's Crest. I might have an extra. Like, if you don't have it, it might be fine. I'm pretty sure I have extra. It's okay. I'm pretty sure I have extra. I think they're not very expensive anymore. Let me see how much they are. Olroth's Crest of the Sun. 61 exalts? That's not bad at all. By the way, if you guys are not familiar with how to run currency exchange, like, don't buy at these prices. Don't buy at 110 exalts for one Olroth's. If you press Alt on the currency exchange and drop it down, you can see the discrepancy between the buy and the sell ratio. There's a lot of kind of minor things like this that get price fixed. People will like buy low, sell high essentially. So if you buy at this rate, you're pretty much self-scamming to some degree. It's not a big deal if you have a lot of money, but especially if you're doing bulk trades, you don't want to run that. Oh, you spotted for 110? Yeah. It's okay. It's kind of whatever. 110 at this point is like, what, a third of a divine? Bro, you don't need a tip. I'll give that back after. Whoa, you hit two. Bro. This is a really nice one, too. You've got a 30% roll. I'll give one extra div back. I don't need tips, man. I'm good. I'm good. I do not make expensive builds. I don't need money. All right, I'll give you back your original instead of extra. Divs are 500 now? That's fucking crazy, man. Yeah, if you guys don't know, like, the way this works is essentially all you have to do if you're willing to run like one map in between. You see how the highest competing trade is 61. That means if you list for something like 65, for example, let's place order. It's not going to be filled instantly because what this 108 means is that somebody is trying to sell one currently for 108. Right? So if you list 108, you're going to get one instantly. If you list for a lower amount, it's not going to be instant. You're probably going to have to run a map. But when you come back, it's probably going to be filled. Because you see this? The highest competing trade, this is now mine, 65 for 1. So if somebody is trying to sell an Olroth's, right, and they're just trying to sell at the highest listed price. Oh, why is it not showing? You see how it says 65? That means whoever comes in here and they're just trying to sell their Olroth's fast, it's going to show my price because I put the highest one. If that, you see that? Like 20, 30 seconds and it was fulfilled. This applies across various... It's not just Olroth's. There's a lot of these kind of mid-tier, semi-expensive currency items that get price fixed like this because people will like buy them in bulk at cheap prices and sell them at a higher... relist them at a higher price. So you can do this to avoid kind of self-scamming when you're purchasing these things. You can also do this to make money if you want to be the one that's arbitraging. Like, let me see if there's any other ones that I can find that are like this, just off the top of my head. Valorb. Let me see if any of the other crests. Medved. Wait, why is there 0 stock for Medved? Is there anything that would be in, like, bulk right now? Perfect Trans. Perfect Dog. Chaos. Greater Chaos. Not really right now. This one may be soon. Like, if you're trying to arbitrage, you can see there's not that much stock on the 4 and 5, so this will go to 5.5 soon, which means the gap here is going to be 3 to 5.5, so you could arbitrage this back and forth. Logbooks are good. I arbitraged a little bit early in the league, like when I was trying to save up for my Mage Blood early in the league, because you know how the prices always go up over the first few days. So I arbitraged a little bit between maps to make some currency early on. Later in the league, I don't really bother. You run 200% Deli T16, feel absolutely fine, but it's not completely brain off. Yeah, with the... Okay, it's not brain off with the guard line because you actually have to press the flask, right? So it's still kind of brain on, but it pretty much eliminates any possibility of dying as long as you actually pre-pot it. Unique Thawing Charm for freeze immunity. That one's if you have ES, because it's the unique Thawing Charm, the only perk is as soon as you get frozen, it'll start your ES recharge, but this is not an ES build, so you would rather use a regular freezing charm. Now, this is a complete crap one. Like, this is the one I had from campaign, and I never replaced it. Ideally, on a freeze charm, you would get something that says something like, gain 500 guard on use. Or, you know, like, recover 500 life on use, whatever the higher tier mods are. I just haven't bothered replacing mine. This is what I ran in campaign. I think I missed the question. Why no Olrot's Flask, or however it's spelled? It's cheap and it gives guard. Because it gives you guard based on how much ward you have, and we don't have a lot of ward on this build. Olrot's is really good if you have, like a full guard build and you're running the Runeforged Brass Dome, and you have like 2,000, 3,000 guard. Or sorry, 2,000, 3,000 ward. You're running a ward build. Olrot's got changed from last league. Olrot's used to be super, super broken. You would run it on almost every single life build. Right now, it's only for ward builds, and this build doesn't have enough ward to justify it. Okay, let me see if I'm actually, like, able to run maps, or if I'm just going to be lagging the whole time again. Lavianga's Enjoyer. Yeah, the only issue with Lavianga's is the build is so mana hungry with Earthshatter that Lavianga's doesn't really sustain it by itself. I would love to use Lavianga's, don't get me wrong, but I just find the Earthshatter is so fucking mana hungry, especially if I'm sitting like in an expedition or a ritual and I'm just spamming around like this, right? Like the mana just goes down too fast for Lavianga's, so I find Chalice is too important to give up. Even though you do have to press it now and then. It's only once every 12 seconds, so it's kind of like whatever. It's not too bad. That is the worst triple flat ring I've ever seen. T6, T5, T2. This is not even worth desecrating. I mean, that'll sell. Level 59 rec. If this was lower level requirement, this would sell for a lot, by the way. Like, at this point in the league, you want to check the level, especially on your rings, because if this was like a level 40 ring, this would sell for like straight up like 50 divines or more, even with these crap rolls, because people will pay out the ass for really good twink leveling gear. Everybody's so rich at this point, or people re-rolling are so rich at this point that they'll pay like immense amounts of currency for good twink stuff. Yeah, the Uhtred Flask is fantastic, man. It basically heals around 3.5 times as much as Lavianga's. You do have to press it once every 12 seconds, right? But it's very long duration, you can see here. And 12 seconds is not bad, man. Like, one press every 12 seconds, that's still enough to run Crystal Elixir. It's still enough to run Stimulants. It's more mana regen. It helps proc the guard line on Loreweave, so I get 1400 guard. This is overall a very good flask. Oh yeah, any ward is enough. One ward is enough. The only reason you need ward is because of this line on Uhtred's Chalice. Lose 5% of life per second while you have no runic ward during effect. So you just need one runic ward. You don't. It doesn't matter if you have 100, 500, right? Like, I mean, Runic Ward is good to have in general, but yeah. Okay, let me try running like a normal map and see if I'm lagging, because I was not able to run the shit earlier.
Someone is bound to buy that.
Is there a test map somewhere on non-Delhi? Whatever, man. Deposit. Yeah. Make sure you're not going for a max roll, though, because I think 300% are really expensive. These roll from 200 to 300. Just get something that's like 290% plus and you're good to go. Future updates for the Stag build? Probably not. Like, the Stag build was a League starter build, is the thing. The way it was set up was not intended to be like super endgame for like a month into the league. That was just straight up my league starter, so the grenade league starter. So I don't think I'm gonna do a super endgame update on that build, because if you were trying to do like mega endgame on a grenade build at this point in the league, I don't think it would be with the Stags. I think it would be on a Gemling with cast on dodge, which isn't a good league starter, right? Because it's expensive and you need a lot of spirit. But at this point in the league, I think a Gemling grenade build would be stronger than Spirit Walker. Spirit Walker just offers a lot for league start. No, I don't think it's just the dig site. I think it's just my laptop is a piece of crap. How do you break armor to run scavenge? It's Spirit of the Wolf. It's all coming from this Rite of Passage. If you don't have Rite of Passage Spirit of Wolf yet, then don't run Armor Explosion and don't run Scavenge Plating. Yeah. I'm just live for a little bit to answer questions to help people, get the build set up. Because I tried to go into the comments and answer everything, but it's a lot, man. Like, it's a lot to just type it all out. So I'll try to stream every now and then after. I don't know how often I'll stream, but probably after I release a build guide, I'll stream for a little bit so that if anybody's having troubles getting it set up, I can just help out in person. Because man, it is taking up a lot of time answering the comments one by one. It wasn't that bad back when I had like not as many views on each video, but at this point it's taking up too much time to answer all the comments in like manually on YouTube. Didn't enjoy the Oro rip. Yeah. Oro, the first 2 to 3 packs of each map, you're like noticeably weaker. Also, if you're running anything where you significantly backtrack or there's significant pauses and delays in between combat, like Grand Expedition, Oro Vasara doesn't feel that good because the power will drop off. I think if I were to try to gear this character up for Grand Expedition, I would get a rare mace, I would run Headhunter, I would get some kind of chill immunity. I think that's like the minimum baseline to be comfortable in Grand Expedition. I think Oro Vasara really doesn't feel good in Grand Expedition. There's too many pauses. The power just drops off. What I will say about Oro, though, is the ramp versus bosses is really good. Like, let me kind of break down the math. It's not good in terms of ramp time at the start of maps. It takes like 10-15 seconds to really ramp up. But on bosses specifically, it fully ramps from 0 to full in under 1 second. Because it's based on the enemy power. Bosses have 20 power, right? So with a total of 500, you need to hit the boss 25 times. Right, you need to hit the boss 25 times to full stack it. But the thing is, every single time you put down your Earthshatter, it's spawning 3 fissures that are hitting, so 3 fissure hits, and then there's 3 shockwaves, right? Also, if you get lucky on splitting ground, right, because this has chance to create an additional fissure, it can sometimes create 4 fissures. So this will hit, see here, I actually spawned 5 fissures here. So this would have been 10 hits at once, right? And you only need 25 hits. So basically, if we take the worst case scenario where I'm only hitting with 3 spikes, I never spawn an extra spike, then that's 6 hits every single time I attack, right? Which means that I only need 4 attacks roughly to actually max out. And you can see my Earthshatter attack speed. This is with no Onslaught up, by the way, is at 4.2. Right, so if I have Onslaught up, I guess you won't have that versus bosses, though. But basically, this full stacks in under 1 second on an actual boss, no matter what. That's the worst case scenario. Best case scenario, you spawn multiple spikes, and you stack in like half a second. So, personally, I found that for like pinnacles, map bosses, and stuff like that, Oro Vasara is pretty much completely fine. You got Augmented Flesh plus Proliferating, that's fucking crazy, man. That's a nice snipe. That is a really nice snipe. Proliferating Weeds is probably the best overall damage Megalo. For those of you who don't know, fissure skills have +1 limit. The reason this is so good, people usually don't consider this because this is up at the plant section of the tree. +1 limit. Yeah, that is fucking nice, man. That's a nice snipe. This affects fissures from your Earthshatter, and the reason that's important is because you normally have a limit of 6 spikes. With proliferating weeds, this goes up to 7 spikes, and the quality on Earthshatter gives it 13% more damage per spike. So basically, going up to 7 spikes adds another 13% more damage from this. Now, that's not because this is additive with each other, right? Let me see. If you're going from 6 to 7 spikes, that's 13 times 6 to 78 to a 91% multiplier. So 13 divided by 78. In practice, wait, no, I didn't do that right, did I? 13 divided by 78. Wait, I did something wrong. 78. Did I do something wrong? My brain is not mathing right now. Another 13. Wait, am I mathing correctly? 16% more damage? 78. I should not do math on stream, man. 13 divided by 78. Is that 16% more damage? Wait, no, that bro, somebody with a brain, like with actual stuff between their ears, needs to come, like, tell me what I'm doing wrong right now. It's not 16% more damage. It should be less. It should be, like, less than 13, because it's diluted by the pool. It should be, like, 6 or 7% more. Oh, I am so stupid, man. It's not out of 78, it's out of 178. Okay, so it's the equivalent of 7.3% more damage to get proliferating weeds, which is not crazy, but it's really, really good. Holy, I am not good at math. Need some defensive upgrades. Was trying Rockiata plus Temporal. Felt damage is getting a little bit slow. Make sure if you're using Rockiatas that you take out Refraction 3 from your War Banner, or your Rockiatas is literally going to be lowering your damage. Because if you have 80% or 40% exposure from Refraction 3 and you have Rockiatas, your Rockiatas is like flipping negative resistances. So it's like hurting your damage. So if you're going to run Rockiatas in your Earthshatter, remove Refraction 3 for Refraction 2, and make sure you're not running Ela Weakness. Run Enfeeble or Tempt Chains. Okay, good. Yeah, I was worried you were kind of fucking yourself over. Surely there's better gems and anoints. I think the best anoint in the game to me is Augmented Flesh if you don't have it on a Megalo, or sorry, on an anoint, obviously. It's mandatory. But my favorite anoint slash, or not anoint, Megalo in the entire game is Warding Flasks, Warding Potions. Usually these are not expensive. They're like fucking 40-50 exalts because nobody uses them. Because everybody uses Labiangas now. But this build doesn't use Labiangas, you actually press your flask. And what this means is you remove a curse every time you flask. So if you're running Tempt Chains in Feeble, you're running Ela Weakness maps, like, you just press your flask and you're curse cleared. This is by far one of my favorite Megalo options. If you can get Warding Potions plus one other useful thing, that's like about as good as it gets to me. Because I like consistency, right? Like I don't look at my maps before I run them. I just jam them in and go. So I like anything that makes it so that I can ignore map mods and not have to think about that shit and not have to read that shit at all. And Warding Potions is like absolute top tier for that because you don't have to sacrifice runes in your chest and your like belt and whatever to get curse immunity. Can I share my POV? You can just go to my PO Ninja. Gremlin League Aware. You can paste this in. Yeah, I'm very much Alk and go. Like, I will Alk, Exalt, Val, and just fucking send it. I don't really care for full min-maxing, like, perfect Waystones, perfect tablets. Do I ever make immortal builds? No. Those usually don't exist in PoE 2. As soon as immortal builds get found, they get patched out. So that's number one. My preference though is I like blasty builds. Like my number one goal with making builds is to make them really fun to play and make them really quick. And then after that, I start trying to like beef up defenses and whatever as much as I can. Generally, to make like a pseudo immortal build that can just like completely ignore everything, that takes a lot of money, man. Like that takes insane jewels, insane gear. That's how you reach pseudo immortality in PoE 2. Yeah, like I really like this for like Alcon Go 200% Deli. No, I agree. Giga Juice, like generally, if you're running absolute full 100% juiced, you don't want to run a life build, right? Just implicitly, this is with full moat stacked up. I've got like a 4.5k hit pool. That's not good for fully juiced content, right? By fully juiced, I mean like Alder's Legacy, full juice on a Grand Expedition. I don't think this character would be amazing for that simply by right of being a life build. Like you can get 15k ES or you can get 4k life. Like, it's your pick, right? Life builds are really good at getting up on a budget and being comfortable on more of a budget because you don't have to worry about all the other stuff like crafting insane ES jewels. You don't have to worry about things like getting stun and ailment threshold for ES. You don't have to worry about things like recovery. You can use a flask. You can use recover life percent on kill. There's a lot of things that make life builds more comfortable to set up. But if you're going for absolute endgame Giga Juice, you rarely want to do it on a life build. Yeah. But the thing with the ES builds is like you need big budget, right? Like to craft 5 mod ES jewels, like a really giga juiced build, the way they look in PoE in the endgame is almost all identical. You just do a gigantic fucking circle around the entire passive tree and click every single jewel slot and then fill it in with like 500 divine jewels. And that's your endgame GG build for like full endgame, fully juiced content. That's just kind of the reality of PoE 2 right now, right? Because look at this. Like, you can get like 7 mod jewels. How do you compete with that on, you know what I mean? Like voices, adorned, affix, or modifiers. 6, and then enchant modifiers 1. Any jewel. Alright, like, look at these jewels, by the way. Isn't armor really good these days? It is. It's just, good is always in context, right? Good is not, the good and bad don't exist in a vacuum. They're always in context. Armor is really good in the context of, like, the first few weeks of a league. When you want to build a character up from 0 to a really good point, you can scale armor life builds from absolutely 0 currency and gradually work your way up to the point where they can clear basically everything in the game. Right? You cannot really do that with most ES setups. You kind of have to transition into it once you have more currency. But especially if you're doing like ES melee. But if you're a month into the league and you have 2-3 mirrors to work with, you don't go life armor, man. You go ES, right? Look at some of these jewels, by the way. You just do a full fucking loop on the tree and pick up as many jewel sockets as you can. Because how do you compete with this? How do you compete with this with a regular node? It's impossible, right? Each of these jewels is the equivalent of like 2 or 3 full damage clusters. They're fucking insane. I have no idea how you're supposed to compete with this stuff. 58% increased effective suffixes, crit chance, crit damage, spell damage bonus. Bruh. Actually just cracked. And then you can craft jewels like this, right? With the double ES. 16% increased max ES, 33% increased max ES. Like, bro, these jewels are fucking cracked. A big yeah, I agree. The skill tree has a lot of problems for me. Like, just the fact that each weapon archetype has like a single... Most of them have just like a single cluster is really weird to me. Like, there is 1 mace cluster on the tree, man. 1. There's 1 mace cluster. There's 1 spear cluster. There's 1 quarterstaff cluster. there's one axe cluster, right? Like that doesn't seem right to me. Maybe that is the ideal version of the tree. I don't know. Like I'm not an expert on design, but it doesn't seem right to me that there's like one cluster for each weapon type, and then like it just like naturally favors you towards in the end game. You just click towards jewel sockets and put gigajoules in. Yeah, exactly. Like how do you compete with that on a life build in the super end game? You don't. If you were trying to like fully cap this build out, you would do a full transition over to CI. There's no way you would run life like a month in. This is just because I'm trying to make these builds work on a bit of a lower budget, but higher budget, you never run full life. Like you always transition into something else because you just can't get that big of a hit pool going full life. Yeah, the pricing is no the rite of passage rarity modifiers do not stack. The spirits don't stack either. Like if you have Spirit of the Wolf and then you have like a Spirit of the Ox will override the Wolf. Every single time that you proc a Rite of Passage, it'll override the last spirit. So there's no real point stacking these. I mean, you can do 2 golden charms if you want full consistency, so that you at least have a golden charm up at all times. But there's no form of stacking. Oh shit, my regex. I don't seem to be too laggy right now. Maybe I can run something. Okay, I'm gonna put a random map in and just check if I can actually not lag. It looks kind of okay. I mean, better than earlier at any rate. Okay, let me just rush the map, boss. Okay, I mean, it's playable compared to earlier. Yeah, give me a sec. Just checking to see if I can actually run some maps. Okay, nice. I can map again. Can you see my PoE ninja? Here we go. Wait, how do I go on the screen? Here we go. If you want something Zoom Blasty but ES, how much money are you working with? You can do Palsteron's build, but Palsteron has like 2 mirrors on his build. Like, this is a very similar character to what I'm running, except using Falling Thunder, except Earthshatter, on like a full ES build. And you can see it's like 15k ES, which is always going to be more tanky than having 4k life. But what I would keep in mind is he literally has like over 2 mirrors on this build. It's super, super expensive. Now, I don't think you need 2 mirrors to run Falling Thunder, but I don't know what the breakpoint is where it actually starts feeling good. Yeah, I think Oil Barrage, I would say the top 3, if I had to really rate like this kind of build where you're like whirling around and doing just like a big boom attack skill, probably the skills in S tier are Twister, Falling Thunder, and Oil Barrage. And I might be missing like Whirling Assault as well, probably. I think to me, those are like the 4 S tier kind of like attack skills because they just hit the entire screen, right? With Earthshatter, I think Earthshatter is the best mace skill But that's not saying a lot because mace skills aren't that good, right? I just wanted to play with maces. It's really fun though, and it works better from a lower currency base. But I don't think it's like an S tier skill. I think it's like an A tier skill at best. If you really want like absolute maximum output, then I think it's one of those 4 skills. I think the main benefit for Earthshatter is that Earthshatter just does an immense amount of damage on like really, really low currency, and you can scale it up from the ground. Whereas those other builds, I think you generally need some to fulfill some more conditionals, pump a little bit more currency in. But once you pump that currency in, those will outperform just because they hit the entire build. What other sources of life are there other than gear? It's just gear. That's just how life builds are, right? It's just your gear and then your moats. And then it takes a little while to stack the moats at the start of the map, but you can cheese some extra moats. Like if you see here how I have like fucking infinite skills. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I've got 14 skills here, right? And that gives extra moats. So the way you do this is number 1, augmented flesh just gives you 2 extra. And then you can fit in 2 extra skills for more life moats by putting on unset rings. So let me kind of show you how this works if you don't know. Let me take these off. You see how they disappear? It's because I don't actually have the slots for these. They're disabled. But the way you can fit them in is you put unset rings on, you get the slots, you put in whatever you want, right? If you want life moats, then you put in red gems, and then you replace the unset rings. Wow, I am lagging. And what happens is these become disabled. They won't actually function, but because they're still in your skill gem tab, they will still count towards your maximum moat count, right? And that's a way you can kind of cheese some more defenses and some more life. Life and evasion deflect, yes, you can, but it's not that synergistic because you don't get access to Arctic armor. The reason like armor and life kind of goes hand in hand on Gemling is because scavenged plating gives 6% more armor per stack, so it's 60% in total because of Gemling quality. And then Arctic armor is giving, what, 44 times 7 stages. What's the math on that? 308% increased armor. Right, so we're getting 308% increased and then 60% more just off of 60 spirit. Evasion does not have an equivalent for this on Gemling. So I would say if you're doing life, go armor on Gemling, and then if you want to go evasion, you would be doing like evasion ES. So one sec, let me turn the AC on. But yeah, it's not that you can't do life, evasion, deflect in general. It's just that the synergy's not as good on Gemling. Do ES evasion or do life and armor. Or just do pure ES. By the way, is my volume, like, okay? Am I too loud to... I don't know how far or close to talk into the mic, because I can't hear myself. 25. Yumi. Perfect, okay. Alright, let's see if I'm able to actually run some fucking maps. Prage. What weapon is that? Oral Visara. It's like a cheap-ass... Okay, it was cheap, it's still cheap, but not as cheap as it was before the build guide. But it's just a really, really cheap weapon that gives you a lot of flat damage. Does lightning damage on ring improve Oral Visara damage? It doesn't contribute to Oral Visara's damage, but it improves your damage overall, right? Because all of your flat damage just ends up contributing to how much hit damage you do. Like, if I've got 100... Oh, I forgot the... Let's say you've got like 100 damage from your weapon, and then you get like plus 50 from your ring, and then you get like another 30 damage on your other ring, right? For 180 damage. That's just your base damage that all of your stuff scales off of. So yeah, like lightning damage on the ring would be the same thing. If what you're asking is if the lightning damage gets converted to cold damage, yes. Any flat lightning that you get is going to be converted to cold. What will not get converted is if you have gain as lightning, which is a good thing, by the way. You don't want to have 0 lightning damage, because as long as you have some lightning damage, you'll be able to shock sometimes, right? The goal is not to get rid of all the lightning damage. Lightning damage is good. The goal is simply to get a lot of cold damage, right? To make sure that you can consistently chill and freeze, because that procs cast on Elemental Ailment, and it helps you chain with your Herald of Ice. But it's not important to remove the lightning damage. If you can get good enough cold damage while still having good lightning damage, that's even better. What happens if your body rolls 100% of cold converted to lightning damage? Does it undo the Runeforge conversion? No. Here, let me kind of like order my thoughts on how to explain this stuff. So give me like 20 seconds to kind of get my thoughts in order, because it's kind of hard to explain conversion or like two-way conversion. Okay. How do I do this? I think I probably need to do this like on a notepad or something. Conversion has two different steps, gain and conversion. This is going to be a really nerdy talk, by the way, so yeah. There's two different steps to gain and conversion. There's step 1 gain and conversion, and there's step 2 gain and conversion. Step 1 gain and conversion refers to local. Step 2 gain and conversion refers to global. And what local and global refer to in this context is local needs to be local to a skill gem. And what that means is if there's a skill gem that specifically states that it converts X to X, that is step 1 gain and step 1 conversion. So Herald of Ice is a really good example. 100% of explosion physical damage converted to cold damage, okay? Basically means if it's on a skill gem directly. An example of step 1 gain would be something like Flame Breath, if I could have Flame Breath here. You see how it says Empowered Flame Breath gains 50% of damage as lightning damage. This is local gain. And over here, what does it say? Converts 100% of physical damage to fire damage. This is local conversion. All right? As long as it is on the skill gem itself, it is considered local. If it is not on the explicit skill gem itself, it is considered global. It is considered step 2. And this includes supports. Supports are step 2. Okay, if you have conversion from a support, that is step 2, not step 1. It needs to be on the actual skill you are using, period. That is step 1 conversion and gain. Everything else is global. So how this works is step 1 and step 2 gain and conversion are different, okay? Conversion and gain within a single step cannot interact with each other. So if you have two sources of global conversion, let's say Oral Vasara gives 100% lightning converted to cold. And then let's say you have the Lore Weave that has 100% cold converted to lightning. There is no interaction here. They do not touch each other because they're on the same step. They're both in step 2. Okay? So what this means is all of your lightning flat becomes cold. Right? So, sorry, let me... So here, right, on our Oral Vasara, we have some flat damage, and we have some lightning damage. All of the lightning damage on this Oral Vasara, all of the lightning damage from stacking it up, all of the lightning damage on my rings will get converted to cold. And all cold damage, the flat cold on the Oral Vasara, the flat cold on my rings, right, because I have flat cold on each ring, this will get... becomes lightning. So they basically just switch places, and that's it. There's no other interaction. They're not gonna, like, double convert back and forth if that's kind of what you're asking. There's no interaction. However, step 2 conversion will affect step 1 conversion. And where this is relevant for this build probably is with Herald of Ice, right? 100% of explosion physical damage converted to cold damage. This is step 1 conversion, which does get affected by step 2 conversion. So let's say Herald of Ice does all cold damage from your fizz, right? All of the cold damage would get converted to lightning from Lore Weave mod, if that makes sense. But if you have lightning damage on your Herald device, right? Because Herald device doesn't convert all of your damage to cold damage. It converts all of your physical damage to cold damage, and we don't do any physical damage. So if you've got lightning flat from Oro Vasara, for example, oh my god, this is like starting to fuck with my head. If you have lightning flat from Oro Vasara, that doesn't get converted by Herald device, because Herald device is only physical conversion. So Herald device is going to deal a mix of lightning and cold, right? And this is just going to get run through your step 2 conversion. So all of the lightning would get converted to cold due to Oro Vasara. And if you have the Lore Weave mod that converts cold damage to lightning damage, all of the cold damage on your Herald device would get converted to lightning. That's how this would work. Sorry, I'm pretty sure I like confused people a lot more than I actually helped. This conversion is really, really difficult to like put simply. It will not undo the cold conversion, is the kind of TLDR. You can run that mod. It's not going to brick the build. It's not ideal. It doesn't really help you, per se, but it's not going to brick the build. Is 20% increased lightning damage? No, I don't have a Discord. I mean, I can make a Discord if you guys want. Like, if you think that would be helpful. I don't know. Like, I was kind of under the impression I should try to grow my channel a bit more before making a server, but if you guys want a server, I can make a server. 20% increased lightning damage. Is that different from flat and gain as? Yes, it is completely different. Increased lightning, the way increases work in PoE 2, like increased damage, is they only scale on the final step. So after all of your conversions, after all of your gains, let's say you end up with 100 lightning and 180 cold, right? That's when you would apply increased lightning and increased cold, and your 29% increased lightning damage would only apply to this. It's only after all the gain and conversion happens you apply those increases. Gain and conversion happens in an earlier step. So if you're doing, like, let's say you have a build that does 100% lightning damage at a baseline, right? 100 lightning. And then you get 100% conversion of lightning to cold. And now you are dealing 100 cold damage, 0 lightning damage. If you now get 29% increased lightning, equals 0 gain. You don't get any benefit because you're not dealing any final lightning damage, if that makes sense. Those increases are only to scale your final damage output. If you're trying to link a build, you probably have to just type the name out and I can look it up, because I can't. The links don't share across. I think YouTube just filters them out. Can you not make this build ES, or is that good? No, you can. You can make this build ES. Like, my personal build philosophy is that I don't like to fight against the natural budget of a build. And the reason I don't make this build into an ES build is because even though I could, it's going to be really expensive. And by the time you're pumping that level of currency in, why play this build? Right? Like, it's kind of like, why play a league starter build if you have 2 mirrors? You wouldn't. Right? There's different build types that kind of get enabled at different currency tiers. And by the time you're pushing in, like, thousands and thousands of divines into a build, there's going to be better setups that are better suited for that level of currency. Right? So, for example, all of this Vergless stuff, right? Where we have Frostwall, we have Cast on Elemental Ailment Frostwall, and oh no, you could definitely use it. It's just that you would change the setup quite a lot, because if you have that much currency, why do we have to care about cheesing extra damage by breaking frost walls for Vergless? You don't have to do that. You just have good enough gear and good enough jewels that you just one-shot everything anyways, right? So what I kind of mean is you just transition it all over. You would change the build like really, really dramatically, if that makes sense. And I didn't want to do like that big of a departure in terms of steps on the guide, because I think it would be really hard to follow. You're probably referring to Circus Circle Games. Do you mean this one? The Japanese guy? Or is it a different one? Yeah, I can take a look at your profile. Is Gemling getting nerfed soon? It won't get nerfed mid-league, but it will absolutely get nerfed after this league. Did I use crossbow in my leveling guide the entire campaign? You can runeforge it. You can either runeforge or buy the runeforge. You can runeforge at level 38, and then you can rune master it at like level 57 or something like that. So I used this guy from level 1, right? And I put in lesser runes. At level 30, I swapped it to greater runes, and then at level 38, I runeforged it to this version, and you can see it has way more damage. And then at level 55, I think, Rampart Raptor, you can rune master it, and then it does like big damage. Yeah, 55. Yeah, so that's just how or you can just purchase the different tiers, right? Like that's not necessarily the best way to level. It's just how I leveled this character. I think it's really convenient to just runeforge at the various level tiers, because then you don't have to worry about swapping anything during the leveling process. You're just like using the same type of weapon the whole way up. Oh right, the Savage Outlaw. Currently level 95. Wow, nice Oro, man. This is like top tier. Okay. Sacred Flame overcorrupted by a little bit. Good. You need some life somewhere, bro. You've got no life. You're on 2k life. Diamond. Okay, you need to reroll your Mage Blood. Like, Diamond doesn't do anything. It's a non-crit build. I would say the main role you're going for is definitely Silver. You must have Silver. If you're having trouble capping resistances, then Bismuth is good. If you don't have trouble with that, I think Jade, or the ones that give like 2,000 flat evasion or 2,000 flat armor, those are really good. Diamond is definitely useless here. Yeah, if you guys need more life to avoid getting one shot. That's just the reality of kind of life-based builds, right? I have a tier 1 life roll on every single piece. So, except for helmet, because helmet you get life off of armor, so I went for full armor helmet. But like, I've got life on my amulet, I've got tier 1 life on my ring, I've got tier 1 life on my other ring, I've got tier 1 life on my gloves, I've got tier 1 life on my boots, right? Yeah, it's cause, oh, right. You definitely want to replace the strength rune here with the, it's called Emergent Vigor. It gives you life per armor. Yeah, it is expensive to replace. But definitely just get life where you can, and then eventually with the moat scaled up, you'll have like a pretty decent amount. Soul Core is a lot better, because Soul Core is local. You see here? This percent increase, it's more expensive, so you don't need to put it in right away. It's not like a gigantic difference, but this will scale the actual attacks per second on your Rune Mastered Oral Visara. This 10% attack speed, basically read this like it's increasing the 30% increased attack speed here to 40%. Local is a lot stronger than global because it determines the base that everything else scales. So if you get like 5% attack speed on your tree, that's not the same as getting 5% attack speed from your soul core. The soul core affects the base attack speed of your weapon. Attack speed on the tree is global. It's very similar to the stuff that I talked about earlier when it came to, sorry, not this. When it came to, oh wait, this is not it either. This is like, I was like thinking about what my next build would be. When it came to conversion, how I talked about there's like step 1, step 2. It's kind of like that. There's local and global. The attack speed soul core is local to your weapon. So it'll get scaled by global mods. They're not the same kind of attack speed, if that makes sense. Skill speed is global. So it's not gonna like actually scale your weapon up. It would be the same thing as getting 8% skill speed on the tree. Does that make sense, or do you want like a deeper breakdown? It's kind of hard to do these explanations because there's like people that are at very different levels of experience and understanding. So I don't know like how in depth I need to go to make things like clear. You have fire on Earthshatter because you have Sacred Flame. On your with the dude's profile YouTube video. Let me see. It probably got filtered out. because you can't post actual links. Just tell me his name, or tell me the name of the YouTube video, and I'll look it up. What should you look for in Heart of the Well? Number one stat is recover mana on kill. You must have recover mana on kill, and it should be 2%. I'm too lazy to divine mine. You definitely want 2%. Doesn't matter. Any other mod, doesn't matter. Just get the recover mana on kill. After that, if you have a 5-socket Sacred Flame and you have Cannibalism, right, then you do not need recover life on kill. If you have a 4-socket Sacred Flame and you don't have Cannibalism, then you can either just drop Herbalism and keep Cannibalism, or you can get recover life on kill on your Heart of the Well, and after that it's just gain as damage. Let me see. Seda, Gemling, Earthshatter. Oh, I must have seen this video. Okay, let me see. Oh, this is just Mjolnir. Mjolnir's you can absolutely do Mjolnir if you want. I played with Mjolnir for a couple levels and I didn't end up really loving it, so I just used an Oro Vasara. But you can absolutely run Mjolnir, and I can show you guys how that works. He's doing Earthshatter, which I really don't... Or, sorry, Bone Shatter. I really don't like Bone Shatter. Yeah, the thing with Mjolnir is, from a maximum clear speed standpoint, you will go faster because it lightning warps while you're Earthshattering, right? It's like those flicker type builds. The downside of Mjolnir is you can't really fully control your character, and in my opinion, in like long mapping sessions, it gets really annoying and it just gives me a headache. Like, if I play Mjolnir for like 2 hours, I get a headache because you're just teleporting all over the place, and it's really, really annoying. Mjolnir will do less damage than non-Mjolnir. Like, Mjolnir is a little bit less damage than Oro Vasara or a rare flanged mace, but it's still okay. It's not that far off. It's mainly just that it gives me a fucking headache, man. I like to be able to control my character instead of warping around. But if you enjoy that, you can absolutely play. I'll show you right now. It's not that hard to set up. I'm pretty sure I have my Mjolnir still. Where is my Mjolnir? Where is my Mjolnir? Wait, this is not the one. This one sucks. What? What happened to my Mjolnir? Oh, here it is. Okay, so there's a couple things that are kind of annoying with Mjolnir. First is the int rec, right? So you have to respec your tree a little bit and drop some life off to get more int in order to actually put it on. And then you would just drop one cluster to pick this up right here, Bounty Hunter, to get all of this culling strike threshold. So just any cluster that you think is not that important, just drop it off to pick this up. And then that's it. That's literally it. You can put in Mjolnir with Lightning Warp. So let me just show you guys what this looks like. Lightning Warp, Energy Retention, Boundless Energy, Lightning Warp. Alright, let me figure out what to... I'll just take my AoE out for now. And then I need to respec all of these to intelligence. Well, I'm actually not that far off. So... This is all you have to do, by the way. Like, this is it. The rest of the build is exactly the same, which is really nice. So if you like this, or you just want to try it out, go right ahead. It takes like 2 minutes to set up the swap. Can I equip it yet? Still off. You do lose a lot of life having to take this much intelligence, though. And that kind of sucks. Wait, now I don't have enough strength. Oh, bro, that's kind of annoying. 215, 1... Bro, I'm like just off. Let's see. 215. Do I have any decks I can swap? As you can see, Mjolnir is definitely a little bit more annoying to set up. I need to drop something else. Okay, I'll drop off some damage. This is not going to be like 100% representative because I'm like just doing a quick swap on my tree, but okay, super fucking scuffed, but we got the Mjolnir on. And then double lightning warp, energy retention, this, and then I need to rebalance my strength gems. I need one more strength support. Tectonic slams, short fuse, refraction, rage forge. That should work. Into my mace strike. Balanced? Good to go? Okay. It's kind of laggy. Let me see if this works. Hopefully I just don't just fucking insta-die as soon as I pop this on. Because this isn't... Whoa, I am lagging. Okay, let me relog real quick. The other thing with Mjolnir is you need to have, like, just the right amount of damage. If you do too much damage with Mjolnir, you'll one-shot stuff before it goes into the culling threshold. And then it won't actually proc. And if you have not enough damage with Mjolnir, you're gonna, like, teleport around everywhere and not actually kill anything, which is, like, just as bad. So let me see if I'm at the right threshold to get this working, just off that. Yeah, you can kind of see... This is obviously not fully optimized because this is just a quick swap. Do you see what I mean? I'm doing too much damage, so sometimes I don't actually warp because I'm killing the stuff before it gets into the culling threshold. But this is on 200% deli with like a quick swap, right? So you can absolutely do it. And you can see the clear speed cap is probably higher than non-Mjolnir. Simply because you're warping around, right? I think the bossing damage should be a little bit worse, but like not too much worse. Because Mjolnir is a little bit lower damage as a weapon. Sorry, I'm like lagging. Let me see if I can pop into a map that's like more favorable for Mjolnir after this to kind of show it off a bit better. Yeah, I mean, you guys get the point, right? This you can warp a lot more than this. I straight up do too much damage for this map right now, where I'm killing too fast. The way the other guy gets around it is I think he's wearing the coal gloves, which raise the coal threshold, so he warps a little bit more, but then you're squishier accordingly. But I think that's enough to kind of show the gist of the playstyle, right? It's a really, really easy swap. Yeah. If you're actually swapping into a Mjolnir build, you'll want to do like a few things different. I would say you can absolutely run it. It's viable, right? You could see even just off that swap, just randomly like switching my build over with an unoptimized tree. It works. It's just a question of, do you actually want to play Mjolnir, right? Do you actually want to warp around like that? Some people enjoy it. Some people really don't enjoy it.
Shipment sent.
Less control. Yeah, I will say it feels really good in Abyss specifically, because in Abyss you have like a big line of mobs that are going down the fissure, and you just like fucking warp down the entire line. It feels really good in Abyss. But for general mapping, I couldn't. Like it gives me a headache every single time. Oh, what happened to my gem balance? There we go. Why Berserk is active but not working? I can't see any rage or losing health. Berserk is, if it's active, it's working. It's that you need rage for it to actually do something. And when you sit in hideout, we don't have eternal rage, so it's not gonna like show anything. But if you actually Warcry to maximum rage, like you see how I'm starting to degenerate. And this is the Berserk degen. It's very small, but it's there because we don't have it like fully balanced out. Berserk will only degen you when you actually have rage and you're not actively losing rage. 200 divs, should you go for the budget version or the higher end version? I would go for the budget version first and then slowly upgrade into the higher end. But go for the budget version first. Like, the builds are similar enough that you can just incrementally upgrade your way into it as you go, right? You don't have to do like some kind of like full swap from the budget version to the high-end version. The high-end version is just like a higher gear version of the lower-end version of the budget version. So start low and just gradually upgrade. Yeah, I think Super Juiced Expedition, I would not recommend this build, just because it's a life-based melee build, right? Like, just archetypally, a life-based melee build in super juice content where stuff is hitting for like 6k damage just doesn't really fit that well. You would probably want to do some like at least 10k ES build to do like max juice Grand Expedition. Which is a lot more expensive, but that's what you need to run, like, you know, the absolute hardest content. Would Giga investing and putting 40% quality on the mace be worth... No! Brother! Quality only increases the physical damage. That's why I have a 0 quality Oral Vasara. Do not use oh my lord. That's like paying 200 divs for literally nothing, just to like lose a slot on your runes. It doesn't do anything. Only use the 40% quality Elders if you're running like a physical base. What's my defense at currently? In Hideout, it's 26k. When I'm actually mapping, it's like 50k, if I'm not mistaken. Because you stack up your Rage and you stack up your Scavenge Plating. Let me see real quick. I think I'm at 50k or so. Let me find a rare. Okay, and then get my Scavenge Plating up. Yeah, 50k. 50k armor and then 70k to elemental when I'm actually mapping. And then around, if I have no moats up, I'm at like 2.7k. If I have moats up, I'm at like 3.7k life, is where my defenses are at. Yeah, I can check it out. Wait, where did my OBS... Oh, here it is. .3, level 92. Okay. Augmented Flesh. Good Amulet. Life Roll. Flask. Chill. Headhunter. Okay, what you definitely want to do is replace one of these Perfect Iron runes with a Rune of the Prism. This guy. Because it gives 20% to all res, and the penalty to your max resistances don't apply when you have Lore Weave. Lore Weave overrides it. So the reason you want to do this is because it's pretty difficult to cap your resists with Headhunter and still cap your Chaos res, etc. So sticking this in, you just get 60% res for free, basically, and that opens up some suffixes to actually cap out your Chaos resistance and get rarity or whatever else you want. Besides that... Evasion boots with life. And then you have good Oro. Pretty good Scepter. Yeah, it's not looking too bad overall. Just replace this one rune here. I would say it might be kind of expensive to replace some of these pieces. The boots could be better for sure. Like, I don't think it would cost more than like 10 to 15 divs to get a good upgrade on these boots if you like know how to search around, because these don't have that high max life. The dex requirement on these is a little bit high, and it has no movement speed. You don't need movement speed, but it's still kind of nice quality of life, so that's a potential upgrade slot. I would say this ring is just... Oh, it has a lot of rarity, actually. Yeah, this is not a bad setup overall. There's not that much to actually work on. Heart of the Well. Okay, you need to replace this. This is the most important thing. You don't care. The number one priority on Heart of the Well is not getting double gain, because we have a shitload of gain already from Verglis. We have like 120%, and from the Sacred Flame we have another 60%. So getting even more gain is not that important. The number one priority on Heart of the Well is getting Recover Mana on kill. You must have Recover Mana on kill. You must have it, or you will go all the time. That's the number one priority. And then you look for gain. So Heart of the Well, I would definitely replace. Wow, that's a nice Megalo, by the way. This is good. This Ruby is kind of crappy, but, you know, not a super pressing upgrade. But I would replace this Ruby as well. Slash, Dirty Fire. Yeah, no, this looks good. Yeah, this is pretty well set up. There's not that much to actually swap. It's just the incremental upgrades from this point. It's pretty good. Except for the Heart of the Well. You absolutely need to replace that. 100% mandatory. This is the most fun. This is the most fun I've had as well. This is a really fun character. Like, I'm not going to say it's the best character at this point in the league, 1 month in. Yeah, there's better characters. If you do, like, Infernalist with the zero mana Cock Comet, like, that shit is just broken beyond belief. But in terms of fun, this is, like, the funnest character I've ever played. Does skill speed affect this build? Yes, you want as much skill speed and attack speed as you can get. The more attack speed, the better. When do you recommend swapping the Scepter? Swap the Scepter when, number one, you can get Augmented Flesh. Because if you don't have Augmented Flesh on a Megalo or an Anoint, then you can't even use all the Spirit from your Scepter. You don't have enough skill slots. So that's number one, when you can get Augmented Flesh. Number two, when your gear is tanky enough that you feel like it's not that big of a deal to drop the shield. Yeah, I can check whatever, just drop the link. Or rather, copy-paste the second part of it. Yeah. Because you do get squishier, right, as soon as you swap from a shield to a Scepter. So make sure the rest of your rares are good enough to actually make that swap without dying. Best Mage Blood stats, Silver, number one. You need Silver for skill speed. Bismuth, if you need resistances. And then either plus 2,000 flat armor or plus 2,000 flat evasion for more defenses. Yeah, so Silver is absolutely mandatory for running Mage Blood. Small brain. Wait. Small brain. 2.23. Level 83, and you said very small budget. Okay. This needs to be a spirit idol to get this up to 115. Do you have Augmented Flesh? Oh, you don't have Augmented Flesh. You shouldn't be running a Scepter then. If you're on really, really low budget and you don't have Augmented Flesh, you shouldn't be running a Scepter, I think, because you don't even have enough skill slots to fit everything. So just running a really good Bear Shield is probably going to be better for you right now. I don't know if my shield sold or if I still have it as an example. Yeah, this guy, right? Really big armor, big life, armor applies to elemental, some resistances. Doesn't have to cost a whole lot. I think that'll do better for you on low budget than rushing into the Sacred Flame. It'll be less damage, of course, but it's not that noticeable. The main thing is just that you don't have enough slots to actually make use of the Spirit from Sacred Flame until you get Augmented Flesh. I would definitely upgrade your Lore Weave at some point because it has like 2 useless mods. This only has the Chill line, so if you can get one other useful mod, like the Mana Flask Guard line, or Onslaught, or Rarity, something like that, then that'll be a pretty good Lore Weave. You definitely need some life. You've got no life on any of your gear, so you're going to get one-shot by some stuff in 200% Deli. So fit some more life where you can. Just wherever you can get it, fit some life. And then
Nice. Okay, so you don't have the armor explosion setup because you don't have Rite of Passage. That's great. I would say one of your the first like big upgrade for you to make is to get a Rite of Passage Spirit of Wolf though. They're about 70 divines. That way you can switch to the the armor explosion setup in your Herald. But yeah, this is looking decent for like a low, very very low budget setup. I would just swap to a shield until later. Have you considered Eye of the Runefather? I'm pretty sure you have to actively block with it. Like you have to raise it, which I don't want to do. I think, is how it works. Well, wait, what? Oh, my bad. What does Rite of Passage do? There's many different Rite of Passages. Let me look this up for you real quick. So at a baseline, it's a golden charm, so it gives you rarity when you kill something. But then when you kill a rare or unique enemy, you get possessed by a spirit. There's multiple different spirits that each have different effects. All of them are very, very powerful. The one that we are looking for is Spirit of the Wolf. This will give you 30% increased skill speed, which makes you whirl faster, Earthshatter faster, really, really good. And then it gives you break armor equal to 10% of hit damage dealt. This allows you to Herald of Ice chain with armor explosion because it allows your Herald of Ice to break armor. That's the main important thing from Spirit of the Wolf. I did use... Yeah, you can use Chernobog as well. Like, you can kind of mess around with the shields. You can probably even use a Spaldin and just, like, stack some block chance. It doesn't have to be a rare shield. No, do not use Combs Madness. I'll talk about why in a sec. This is also an okay shield if you want to stack up some block and just be tankier overall. When did I swap the Seismic Cry? Yes, Seismic Cry is bugged. That's why I'm using it, because I am a bug abuser. Unethical build. So we're fitting in free motes with the Unset Ring swap, and we are using Seismic Cry because it's bugged. Normally, when you Warcry with Roaring Cries and Raging Cries, a regular Warcry will give you 8 rage per echo. So you get 24 rage because you get 3 echoes. Seismic Cry gives you 16 rage per echo, so you go up to 48 rage with 1 Seismic Cry. It's been working like this since, I think, like forever, and I don't know why. I completely forgot about it, but somebody in the comment section reminded me of this, so I swapped over to Seismic Cry. Now, the radius is smaller than Infernal Cry, right? So you have to make sure to actually put your Frost Wall a little bit closer to yourself to make sure it breaks it, if you're Warcrying to break your Frost Walls. But this basically just means you just Warcry once at the start of a map, you Warcry once before the boss, and you're at maximum rage. That's why Seismic Cry. Combs Madness is terrible. Let me show you.
Good news. Can I help?
Okay, so most builds that run something like Branching Fissures eventually upgrade to Combs Madness because it gives extra fissures, right? So if we compare these two, Branching Fissures branches 2 extra times. Combs Madness creates 3 extra fissures, right? So if I put Combs Madness in, you see how I'm creating 4 spikes at a baseline instead of 3? So you would think that it's better, right? But there's a couple reasons why it's way, way, way worse. Number 1, the less skill speed is really annoying, right? Because this is a build that wants to pump out Earthshatters as much as possible because it's a single directional skill. It doesn't hit the entire screen. So if there's like a spread out pack, right, you really want maximum skill speed so that you can actually rapid fire your Earthshatter out and hit in multiple directions. That's number 1. Number 2 is if you read the actual lines on these skills. Supported skills branched fissures deal 30% less damage. You cannot break armor without Wolf Charm. It's only from Wolf Charm. So don't run armor break related stuff if you don't have Wolf Charm yet. Branching Fissures read the fissures deal 30% less damage, right? Combs Madness reads the skill deals 20% less damage. These are really, 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 really different mods. All right? Look at what happens when I slot Branching Fissures in. My actual DPS read won't decrease because this is only affecting the fissures, right? There's 2 damage components to Earthshatter. You send out your Earthshatter, and you see that aftershock, that explosion afterwards? The really important part on this skill is the aftershock, not the fissures. The fissures barely do any damage. It's like 179% attack damage. Look at the explosion damage, 700%. Right? The aftershock on this skill is based on the explosion damage. It's based on the 700%, not the base 179% for the fissures. So when you use branching fissures, it'll make the fissures, the 179% will deal 30% less damage, but it will not affect the damage of the aftershocks because the aftershocks are based on the explosion damage, not the fissures. Does that make sense? But when you socket in Comb's Madness, right? 20% less damage. This is overall on the skill itself, so it will also decrease the explosion damage, and then, of course, by right of that, it'll decrease the aftershock damage. Does that make sense? Branching fissures does not decrease the damage on the component of the skill that we actually care about, which is the aftershock. We do not care about the fissure damage, it's really low anyways. But yeah, our armor break without the wolf charm, you cannot. So don't run armor explosion, don't run scavenged plating until you actually have the wolf charm. But the wolf charm's not that expensive at this point, so yeah. Okay, let me drop these guys off. Oh fuck, I keep pasting my regex, forgetting that I pasted a bunch of POB profiles. I don't want to do chill ground right now, man. Let's see if I'm lagging, or if I'll be okay. Some breach. Anything with some rare monsters is okay. Stabilized. That's all the breach tablets I have, really? I need to buy some breach tablets later. What is the frost wall outside of the cast on ailment for, other than rage gen and potentially some single target? It's because cast on elemental ailments, you have to actually deal an ailment, right, to get it up. And on bosses, that means you're not going to get the cast on elemental ailment proc until you actually freeze the boss. But it's really hard to freeze the boss if you don't have Vergless up because you're missing like half your cold damage. So Frostwall is primarily for when you enter a map, right, because you don't have Vergless up. You get Vergless up, this gives you the cold damage, and because you have the cold damage from Vergless, now it's really, really easy to freeze stuff, and you just keep Vergless up, you know, for the rest of the map. And then when you go up to a boss, if it's got like a cutscene or something like that, your Vergless is going to run out. So you just put down frost walls before the boss and just like slap them to get Vergless up on the boss, if that makes sense. Because you don't want to have to wait to freeze the boss before getting your damage. Hopefully this isn't too laggy. I'm still not used to the... You see that how small the seismic cry is? Like, you have to put the frost wall really close to yourself. Yeah, you can see the Vergless buff up here. It's like 120% gain as cold, so you literally lose like a third of your... Sorry, my cat is on my keyboard. Miu! Yeah, the problem with Vergless... Oh my god, what did my cat do? No! Is it only has a 6-second duration, and as far as I've tested, it doesn't get buffed up by skill effect duration. So you're always working on that like short Vergless timer. And that's why we have the manual frost wall just in case. Do you know if Breachlord's Rift works to break armor? Yes, it will break armor, but it only breaks 50%, and you would need to stack 101% increased armor break on your tree in order to make Breachlord's Rift actually fully break armor. And that's a lot of investment, so... You're also giving up an actual slot in your... Sorry, one sec. Let me take care of my cat. She is being annoying. Okay. Yeah, I would run Seismic over Infernal. It just gives twice as much rage. But yeah, Breachlord's Rift only breaks 50% of armor. So you need 100% increased armor break in order to have it fully break armor. The other thing is you need 101%, because the way rounding works in this game, if you only have 100%, 50 will sometimes not actually fully break armor. You need 101% minimum increased armor break. It's just a lot of investment to get it working. I don't think it's worth it. I would just run Rite of Passage Wolf. What's my rarity? I have almost no rarity. I don't care about rarity. I could get it pretty easily. Like, I'm like very overcapped on some of my resistances, so I could easily fit rarity. I just don't care for it, personally. Can you guys hear my cat, by the way? She is so loud. Yeah. She's got a real piercing meow, man. Gonna rename her to Rutu. I actually, how do I even? I'd have to like upload it to my PC. Maybe soon, sure. What made you choose this build over like Frostbolt or Arc Totem? I don't like spells. It's that simple. Every single game I play some like Unga Boonga fucking brain dead attack build. That's just my preference. So, which 4 nodes do you pick for Legionnaire? This is the most important. You need Advanced Thaumaturgy. You need Gem Studded, or your mana costs are going to be fucking terrible. And the last node can either be Bolstering Implants, or Adaptive Capability, or Integrated Efficiency. I would default to Bolstering Implants, and if you have too many plus levels on your gear, like let's say you have a +4 melee amulet, +2 melee gloves, your mana costs are going to be like just out the fucking wazoo. Like, you're gonna drain your mana in 1 second of attacking. So if you're at that point where you cannot sustain your mana and you just have too many plus levels, I would swap Bolstering Implants for something like Adaptive Capability. Because then you don't have to stack int and dex, and you can still fulfill your requirements. You can pump it all into strength and get more life off of the strength. Yeah. So this is the only mandatory one. This actually Gem Studded as well. And the last one is either probably Bolstering or Adaptive Capability, depending on where you're at in your build. I don't know, man. I just can't get into spells. They're good, especially at this point in the league. Like, they're OP, don't get me wrong. Like, just go Comet every single league. It's the best build in the game once you have enough currency. But I just don't enjoy spells, man. You just realized you've been using Upheaval instead of Branching Fissures? What the hell is Upheaval? I don't think I've ever put that gem on. Been using Rocky... Yeah, just make sure you don't have exposure or anything like that elsewhere. And don't use Ela Weakness. Rockiatas is definitely fine. It's like a nice one-stop solution for your resistance issues. I would say Rockiatas is probably better in Grand Expedition as well, because the mobs stack to like really high resistances. What is this? 2 additional fissures. Yo! You've been doing like half damage the entire time then, by the way. With upheaval. I think if you swap to branching fissures, you're literally doubling your damage instantly. Oh, I'm trying to put my stuff in my... I'm not gonna lie, like, yesterday and today are literally my first time streaming any game ever. I'm like so lost staring at the chat while trying to play, like... Where am I? Oh, I'm on my... Oh, why Forge? Alright, I just want out of this map. I hate this layout. No! I have triple breach and forge, man. This is like one of the worst layouts in the game, in my opinion. Like this Sun Temple, Molten Vaults, definitely in my like top 5 most hated layouts. It's so ass, man. Buyer? I actually don't mind Meyer too much anymore. Like, it's not good, but it's not as bad as it used to be. It's definitely not one of my preferred maps, though. Trenches is pretty bad, too. Expansive alloy? Who uses expansive alloy? 5 mirrors. Yeah, that's really hopeful, man. Do I take 3 chaos or do I flip it for 5 mirrors? Let's go. That's, yeah, surely I'm getting 5 mirrors, not 5 augments. That makes sense. That's a very hopeful estimation. Alright, let's see it. 5 mirrors. Surely. Here we go. Boom. 5 exalts. Nice, man. Wholly unexpected. What was that filter? I'll show you after. Waiting for Discord in the future. I'll just make a server, man. It's gonna have like 5 people in it, but I'll just make one right now. Let me see. How do I make a server again? Add a server, create my own community. I can change the name later. How do I do this? I haven't made a server in a long time. Send the server. It didn't use a copy button. Okay, does this work? Wow, look at this beautiful server. Absolutely empty. Yeah, I'll adjust it later. This is just a place to track it for now, I guess. Okay. Let me see. How am I farming currency, and what was that filter? What was the overlay? There's an overlay to... Here it is. PoE Ancient's Price Helper. All this does is when you open up one of your expedition things, it'll give you like a rough price estimate based on live market values of what each one is worth, which is super nice because I have no fucking idea and I don't want to go back to check like the currency exchange every time, so I just click whatever has the highest number here. I think here's the link. Let me link it to you guys. OBS. Here you go. It's pretty lightweight. Even my laptop can run it without like any kind of frame drops or anything like that. It's very useful. My build is basically done. 95 with all res, 155 rarity, mage blood, 38% attack speed, cold damage, Olro, Rockiatas. It's the same for me, man. I'm level 98 right now. I have never pushed a character to 99, ever. I always reroll at 97, so just the fact that I've pushed to 98 means I like the build a lot. And the fact that I'm still playing it past 98, like, I have a lot of fun on this character. It looks a little junky on stream because my FPS is bad, so it's like a little bit choppy looking, but when I'm actually playing this with like full FPS, it feels really good, man. Increased damage with maces applies to Earthshatter as well? Yeah. It'll apply to any damage that you apply with your mace, aka everything in this build. So increased damage with maces is a great stat. There was another question. Oh, how am I farming currencies? I don't do really targeted farms. Like, I talked about this a little bit yesterday, but I don't make really expensive builds that cost like thousands and thousands of divines. So just the amount of... I just run 0 rarity. I don't take any rarity on gear. I just level my character and run some 200% deli, and I always have enough currency to make what I want to make anyways. Like, I usually have like a couple thousand divs sitting around. I don't have a targeted farm strat. I don't do anything. I literally just load into 200% deli zones, like the ones I've been running, right? I spread deli fog everywhere, and I will run whatever I feel like running. I don't, like, upgrade my waystones. I don't buy tablets. I will just take whatever tablets I feel like running. Usually that's going to be either full delirium, so 3 to 4 delirium tablets if I want to farm splinters. But the more delirium tablets you pump, the harder 200% deli gets. If you're not aware, they changed 200% delirium so that at a baseline it's not that hard anymore. But when you load in 3 to 4 deli tablets, it'll get exponentially harder, right? So if I feel like farming splinters, I will load in a bunch of deli tablets that have splinter related mobs like this. 29% increased stack size of simulacrum splinters found in the map. Anything that reads splinters, anything that reads like, what is it called? Something mirror. I don't quite remember the fracturing mirror. Anything that has something like this spawns increased fracturing mirrors. If you get like both fracturing mirrors and increased splinters, then you're gonna be farming like 200, 300, 400 splinters per 200% deli map, and 300 splinters converts into a simulacrum, which sells for like 2 to 3 divines, right? So that's one method. Just at a baseline, you're going to be making 2 to 3 divines per map off of these splinters. Another method is to run breach and run. There's two ways to do this. The expensive way is to do unstable breaches. So let me find the mod. Stabilized, yeah. Okay, so you see this mod here. Unstable breaches can spawn an additional rare monster when stabilized. This goes up to 3 additional rare monsters when stabilized. So if you do 3 to 4 breach tablets that have 3 of these each, that means every single breach that you stabilize when it goes back to the center of the breach, and you'll have 3 to 4 breaches across the map, is going to have 9 to 12 rare monsters at the center, and you just bop them. And it's very, very likely that you're going to drop like a divine or something like that each time because there's so many rare monsters at the center. However, this got more expensive because people realized this was a really good strat. So kind of like a more basic way, if you don't want to bother with getting expensive tablets, is literally just look for anything that has like rarity on it. So for example, you can go to a tablet regex and go to breach and put like, let's see. Well, you don't even have to do this, but let's say rarity of items found in a map 8, and then let's say, where's rare monsters? Might be blind. Where's rarity of monsters? Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna bother with this. Like, just look up rare, basically, and anything that says something related to rare monsters. Like this map has 15% increased monster rarity. Anything that has like rarity of items, anything that says like effectiveness of rare monsters or effectiveness of monsters, you just run whatever jumble of breach tablets that has that, and you're probably going to drop a couple divines from the map. And you know, you're going to get some splinters as well. Like you really don't have to focus too hard, and you're going to get a couple like 2 to 3 divines per map. And that's why I don't really care about running rarity. I don't really care about juicing super hard with perfect tablets because I don't make super expensive builds anyways. Just doing this and leveling a character to like level 97, I usually make like 1,000, 2,000 divines in the process already, so that's good enough for me. But yeah, either breach or deli is what I usually run. You can also do abyss, like triple abyss tablets, but I don't enjoy it because it's slower. Like you have to sit there waiting for the kind of like the second abyss wave to actually come up, and it means you're gonna be running maps in like half the amount of, or like double the amount of time, and I don't like waiting around. So I don't do too much abyss. I usually just do deli or breach. You don't get the rotation with the abilities. Whirling Slash is only level 1. It's just for movement. That's it. This is just a movement skill. So the rotation is just pretend this is like walking. This is your walk. It's just a faster walk. And then you Earthshatter, and that's your damage, and that's the rotation. So while you're mapping, it's just 2 buttons, whirl around, and Earthshatter, and that's it. And then every now and then, like at the start of the map, you can put down a Frostwall and just explode it with a Warcry to get your Vergless up and get some rage. And that's about it. Start of the map and right before a boss, put down a Frostwall, explode it to get Vergless. Everything else in the map, you just whirl around and then press Earthshatter to kill stuff. It doesn't have to be build question. I'm fine with answering whatever. Hey man, how's it going? Deli splinters, you need to pick them all up. Yes, I filter out single deli splinters. My filter, if you go to filter blade, yeah, that's true. 3 buttons with mana flask. If you go down to your filter, I think it's too annoying to pick up every single splinter, so I go down to tablets and map-like items, and if you click splinters, I just remove D tier, because D tier is 1 stack size splinter. So at minimum, they have to be 2 splinters to show up for me. I might even disable this and just do 4 splinters minimum, because I don't like picking up all the splinters. Again, I don't really min-max my currency gain. I don't really care if I'm leaving some currency on the ground. I just want to run through maps really, really quickly, because each map is going to give a couple divines anyways. How does the Warcry generate rage? You need Raging Cries on your Warcry. It'll give rage per power of counted enemies in range. And then if you have Roaring Cries, this should be on your Spear weapon set 1. Warcries have a minimum of 10 power, so Raging Cries is always going to give some rage. But you must have your Warcry set to weapon set 1. No, Rakiatas is not that good. It is not an instant plug. Rakiatas is like a... If you're... how to put it? If your build has 0 access to penetration, exposure, and elemental weakness, then Rakiatas is an instant plug, right? Because it's going to solve all of your resistance, or dealing with monster resistance issues, like right off the rip, with a single support. If your build has access to other forms of significant exposure, elemental weakness, elemental penetration, then Rakiatas is usually not that good and not worth the price. I have Rakiatas. I'm not running the reason I'm not running Rakiatas is not because I don't have it. I literally just don't run it because it's not good.
Shipment sent.
Where's my Rocky? Right, like I have a Rakiata just sitting here in my stash. It's just not that good. What people get wrong with Rakiatas is they think that mobs have a lot of resistances, and they just don't. Most mobs have no resistances, right? Like Rakiata will invert the resists, but if a mob has 0, you're inverting 0 to 0. It doesn't do anything. It's literally just a dead support. Just to get value out of Rakiatas, the mob needs to have at least like 10 to 15% resistances, because then you could just put in like elemental armament and get 25% more damage, right? So the mob has to have like 10 to 15% resist in the first place in order to invert to get the same amount of damage value that you would get out of a regular support, right? And the thing is, most mobs don't have resists. You can literally go into like a 200% deli map and put your cursor over the mob, and it'll say under its HP bar what kind of resistances it has. It'll show like a gray or like a yellow or a red bar, etc., to signify how strong are its resistances to each element. And if you actually go and look at different mobs and put your cursor over it, like let me find a mob real quick and show you. See this? If I hover under Werewolf Prowler, you see that silver, kind of like frost symbol. This means it has very, very low resistance, positive resistance, but very low resistance to cold, right? So there will be a symbol like this for cold. There'll be a symbol like this for lightning, for fire. And if you actually go around and look at different mobs, the majority of mobs just don't have resists, or they have very, very low resists. So Rakiata doesn't have a ton of value in most cases. Now, a lot of people think like, okay, but if you do pinnacles, if you do pinnacle content like Arbiter, Arbiter of Ash, Arbiter of Divinity, those surely have a lot of resists, right? No, they don't. Arbiter of Ash and Arbiter of Divinity have 15% all res. That's it. 15%. That means what you're getting out of Rakiatas is, instead of dealing 85% damage, right, because they have 15% resists, this is assuming you have 0 exposure, 0 weakness, 0 penetration. You will be dealing 1.15, so that's 0.3 divided by 0.85, right? That's a 35% more damage multiplier. That's good, don't get me wrong. That's a good support. It's not overwhelmingly good, but that's better than a regular support if a mob has 15% resistances. But that's only assuming you don't have other access to penetration, elemental exposure, elemental weakness. This build has all of those things, right? You can easily just pick up 15% pen here, and Arbiter will have 0 resistances to you, right, in the first place. And you actually still have the support slot. Additionally, the reason I don't run it on this build, right, we're running Elemental Weakness. It's got 60%, minus 60% to Elemental Res. We have Elemental Exposure from... Where is War Banner? Refraction 3. Right? This provides 2% L exposure per 1,000 player armor. I have 50,000 armor when I have Scavenged Plating up. That means this is dealing the max exposure of 80%. Now, these are halved into unique mobs, so this is only 40% into uniques. And the elemental weakness is only 30% into uniques. But that's still 70% reduction, right? So if a Arbiter of Ash has 0.15, that means I am cutting it down to minus 45. Right? So instead of dealing 0.85, I'm dealing 1.45. That is 0.6 out of 0.85. Okay, that means with my current setup, with no Rakiatas, I am dealing 70% more damage to Arbiter of Ash, to Arbiter of Divinity, if I have War Banner down. Right? I'm dealing 70% more, and I didn't lose a support slot. Right? Whereas with Rakiatas, I'm losing the support slot to get 35% instead of 70%. If you add in, like, times 1.25 from, let's say, Elemental Armaments or something, This is not done correctly, but basically, you do way more damage without Rakiatas if you have access to other forms of exposure and weakness. Yeah, the main advantage of Rakiata is if you don't want to run elemental weakness, you want to run Enfeeble, you want to run temporal chains for defensive perks, right? Then you can run Rakiatas and replace the Refraction 3 with Refraction 2 in your banner. And it'll basically solve all of your stuff without having any other investment. It just depends how much you want to invest, right? Rakiatas is basically just a one-stop shop for no investment / low investment. All it costs is one support slot. That's what's good about Rakiatas. Yeah, definitely. That's how I would run it as well. If you want to run Enfeeble. The other thing to consider about Rakiatas is you can only put it in one skill, right? So if you're using a build that has multiple damage sources, Rakiatas is generally not that good because it's only amping one skill. So for example, for this build, right, we only use Earthshatter for damage, so Rakiata is not bad in that sense. But if you're running 0 penetration, 0 exposure, 0 elo weakness, then your Herald setup is not going to be getting any benefit because you don't have Rakiatas in the Herald setup, right? And consistency towards Heralds is very important as well for overall clear speed. Yeah, Rakiatas is only like super good if you have elemental resistance map modifiers. That's about it. Or if you're running Grand Expedition, some of the mobs get really, really high resistances. That's where Rakiata is good. But I would say elemental resistance is only on like every 4th, every 5th map that you run. So for me, it's like, if I can get away without running Rakiatas, then I will not run Rakiatas. It's not a cost thing. It's just, it's not as good as other options. In many cases.
Shipment sent. Have an order?
Oh, 20 whole exalts. Sick. I have a rare mace with damage penetrates fire res. How does this pen interact with Sacred Flame and Elo weakness? So the way penetration works is you cannot penetrate past 0. If your mace has penetrate fire res, I would probably just be using Oral Vasara because that sounds like a not very good mace. The way penetration works is, let's say a mob has 50% resist, right? And let's say you reduce this resist to minus 10% because you have Elo weakness, you have exposure, whatever. Penetration will have 0 effect because you cannot penetrate lower than 0. Does that make sense? Now, let's say you only get it down to 10% and you have 10% penetration. Or let's say you have 20% penetration. This will treat the mob as if it has 0% resist. It won't bring it down to minus 10, right? It'll treat the mob as if it has 0 here. Does that make sense? So generally speaking, if you have a lot of resist reduction from stuff like elemental weakness and elemental exposure, then penetration's not that useful overall. Because most likely the mobs will have negative resist anyways. Ooh, I can make a taming, can't I? For anyone who is asking how to make money, oh, no. Monsters can have negative resistances too. Like, if a monster has, like, 0 resist, and you have minus 50% res on it, it'll have minus 50% res. Everything can have negative resistances. It's literally just that you cannot penetrate past 0. Penetration alone will not work past 0. So if your build has elemental weakness and has elemental exposure, and you are taking monsters into negative resistances, then penetration's not very useful. Yeah, Enfeeble is very good. I agree. If you want overall survivability, I think Enfeeble is very good. Oh, I was going to show you guys the... For the current setup on the build, yes, it's a relatively dead mod. Except, okay, I'm not going to say 100% dead, because Blasphemy has a range, right? If you're hitting something outside of the range, then you're not hitting it with your elemental weakness. And if you don't have your banner down, then you don't have the exposure. So it's not a fully dead mod. It's just that if something is in range and you have your banner, then yes, it's probably a dead mod. But on the edge of your screen, for like Herald explosions and stuff, yes, it'll still do something. But the fire pen is pretty dead. You don't do that much fire damage anyways. So it's definitely not a priority. Do I have a ranges? Let me see. Okay, here we are. Where is... What was I looking for? 2-stone ring. For whoever was asking... I'll take a look at that. It's not mostly fire. It's because your PoE ninja won't include Vergless, right? The buff that you get when you break frost walls, that's most of your damage, or that's like half of your damage. Your PoE ninja doesn't include that because it's just including the baseline buffs, not the conditionals. Okay, whoever was asking how you make money, every time you get in Asmirian ranges on your Atlas, right? You can just search it up here. I've got several here. You can just go in and make a taming. Let me see how much tamings are now. Okay, so a taming is 6 divines at a baseline, right? These rings that make the taming, the Barek's Grip, Barek's Respite, and the third one, cost like 10 exalts each. So I am missing Barek's Respite? No, Barek's Pass. You need each of these 3 rings, the 3 Barek rings. 37 exalts, okay. A little more than I thought, but... That's like 100 exalts in total if they're all 30 exalts each. And I'm just going to load in with some random map. Okay, whatever. I need to set up my thing again. Alright, so say we load into here. Any Asmirian ranges, you just enter with those 3 rings. And there's probably going to be like 5 or 6 of these on your Atlas if you haven't run them. You just go forward a little bit. Kill a few mobs. And then you go back and go into this little nook over here. And there's like a hidden space, hidden cranny over here. It's only in Asmirian ranges. And then you can exchange and put in your Bareks. So these are like 10 to 30 exalts each. And then it cooks a taming for you. There we go. And then this you can sell off for 6 divines, right? So every single Asmirian on your Atlas, you can just quickly run it and just do this and make like, 20, 30 divines if you're trying to get the build started on a budget. Let me finish this map off real quick. So if you're like a dad gamer and you've got like no currency, that's just a really easy way to just kickstart your league, basically. Every time you get a ranges on your map, it's nice. Let me finish this off. I would say the other thing to do to farm currency, if you're like, yeah, you can probably just like triple, quadruple your net worth right now. I would say if you're on like really, really low budget, the best way to farm currency is with irradiated tablets. You just load up all of your maps with these guys here, precursor tablets, and you look for anything that has waystone quantity on it. So like this has quant, waystone quant, this has waystone quant, this has waystone quant. Right? And you just load up any map, doesn't matter, stick these 3 tablets in, and you will get a shitload of other tablets to sell. Like, I am sitting on how many tablets right now? I need to clear it out. I've got like 400 Delhi tablets, 90 Breach tablets, 74 Abyss tablets, 73 Ritual tablets. If you can sell these as is for like, how much? Let's say Breach tablet at a baseline. Oh, not this. Let's say normal. Right, like a normal breach tablet is 70 exalts. Normal ritual tablet, 3 chaos. That's almost half a divine. Abyss tablet is 100 exalts, about half a divine as well. Generally, any map that you run with triple irradiated tablets is going to drop you like 3 tablets at least. And that you can just like sell that off and make like a divine per map at a baseline. Even if you have like a super weak character, you can't run 200% deli, you've got no currency, this is a really, really good baseline strat to run. You can just easily make like 10, 20 divines per hour if you're mapping quickly, even on a weak character. Especially if you actually like know how to craft these tablets and look for desirable mods. Some of these mods will sell for like insane amounts of currency. So let's say ritual tablets, if you trans-og them, I'll just do a few as an example, right? Let's say I trans these and then og them. Where's my augment? Wait, did I take... Oh my god. Let me augment these, see if I got lucky. Additional... Did I get it? Oh, is it this one? This might be like 20 divs. Yeah, boom, right? I just made 24 divines. With like 10 seconds of using transmutes. Basically, if you craft some of these up, literally all you have to do is trans-og them and then sell them as blue if they don't hit the desirable mods. You can like use the in-game search to see how much each of these are worth. Wow, this one's also... What the fuck? It's almost a divine. Oh, because it has effectiveness. It does take a little while to learn which mods are desirable. Generally, stuff like effectiveness is good. The big money one, the super big money one on Ritual is Ritual altars and maps allow rerolling favors additional times. It's quite rare to hit, but as you can see, it's not impossible. I hit one within like 10 transmutes, and this mod at a baseline is 24 divines, right? So just doing irradiated tablet farm and selling off the tablets as is or trans-ogging them, you can make hundreds of divines, like, just with a very weak character and, like, not that much effort. Let me sell this off. That's a nice hit, man. I was just trying to demonstrate the how to actually do it. I didn't think I'd actually hit one. Sell it for 23 divines.
I'll do what I can to sell it for you.
And then let me sell the taming off as well. 6 divines.
Yes? Is that a good price for that? I have no idea.
Irradiated in Delirium? I would not run irradiated. I mean, you can run irradiated in anything. But if you're running 200% deli, like the baseline drops are so juiced that exercise question. The baseline drops are so juiced in high deli that you might as well just do like breach or abyss or like deli tablets, is my opinion. And then when you're doing like travel maps, trying to set up grand mirrors, and you don't have deli in them, that's when I run irradiated. 3k life. Am I missing something? I don't feel tanky. The frog. Let me see. My whirling loves to lock onto monsters. Any advice? Kill the monsters faster. You're like, the intent is not to just whirl through all the monsters. It already has like a really good knockback on it, so it's not too bad, but if you're like constantly locking onto monsters, just Earthshatter some more and actually kill some stuff. I don't know what other people think, but I think that needing to add 200% deli or do group play for some decent juice means that farming is a bit of a failure. City hunting, I agree that city hunting is fucking terrible. I mean, I'm like there's pros and cons to it, right? Like, I'm of the opinion that if you hunt for something and you do a lot of setup, there should be a like some way to get rewarded for it, right? So I don't think it's inherently terrible that there are some regions that are better for farm than other regions, but I do agree that it's really annoying hunting for cities for 4 tablets. I gave up on it. I don't bother anymore. I just fucking shove my tablets in whatever triple tablet, and if it's a city, it's a city, and I get 4 tablets. If it's not, it's not. I don't care, man. I cannot be asked to hunt for cities anymore. Um, but it also depends what you mean by decent juice. Like, there's ways to get lots of currency even on non 200% deli, and I don't think it takes that long to set up 200% deli if you have a fast build. If you have a slow build, yeah. Yeah, you can just run a build like this and just boss rush. Put in 1 deli tablet and 2 irradiated tablets and just boss rush and set up some grand mirrors, and it's not too bad. I do agree it's annoying though to have to keep setting up deli regions, but it is what it is. It makes sense that you have to invest a little bit to get max juice, in my opinion. Where's the waste on that? How to set up 200% deli? Do you have your deli tree already finished, like on your atlas? Ideally, before you set up any kinds of farms, you want to finish the main tree and finish the main tree for the farm that you're actually doing. I haven't bothered to do ritual or finish my temple because I don't really enjoy them. But if you want to run deli, you need to make sure that like you've got this fully finished. And then what you do is you just run 1 deli tablet. Right, any random deli tablet and 2 irradiated tablets. This is just for farming some waste stones as your with the method I talked about earlier, right? Because each of these irradiated tablets will spawn a random leak mechanic, and when you clear that, there's a good chance you get a tablet, and you can sell the tablet off. And then you run 1 deli tablet. So let me just do this. Boom. Right? Like, okay, this is why I don't care about rarity. Right? Like, in the time that I've been talking in the last 30 minutes, I have spent like 30 seconds in maps to do the taming thing. And then I took like 10 seconds to transmute some stuff, to transmute some tablets, and then made 30 divines, right? So it's like if you build up a little bit of baseline knowledge, like there's so many ways to make money that like I don't fucking care about rarity, man. You can make so much money anyways. Okay, so what you do is you just kind of boss rush. You go to like the edge of your atlas, and you just make your way towards some citadels. You make your way towards some matriarch halls, patriarch halls, because the fragments will sell for a lot. And then you just put in these tablets. So let's say that I want to go. Oh man, I have fog set up all over here already. Let's say I want to go here, right? So I'm gonna make my way over to the citadel to get the fragment, and then put in 1 deli, 2 irradiated, and I don't have a waste stone because I'm stupid. And you don't have to run particularly hard maps for this. You just run whatever. I just out can go with corrupted maps. And you just rush the boss, and that's it. And there's like a, I don't know, like a 1 in 5 chance when you're running a deli map after you proc the mirror, after you kill the boss, that it'll spawn a grand mirror. I think it's like 1 in 5, something like that in my experience. And then if you see some kind of thing that's spawned by the irradiated tablet, then you can just run it, and there's a pretty good chance you'll get a tablet drop. And then you can sell the tablet, or you can craft the tablet to make some money, right? I don't care about temple. See that? We got a breach tablet. Breach tablet is half a divine, or just under half a divine. Just for clearing that. So you can make a pretty good amount of money just like rushing towards the boss in these while trying to spawn Grand Mirrors. And that's not connected to rarity, right? That's just tablet drops. So you don't even need rarity for this. There's Deli tablets are kind of worthless though. Okay, did not spawn one, but it's like a 1 in 5 chance. And then you get some simu splinters. That was probably like half a divine in splinters. So just rushing through that with like no juice, nothing, that's like 1 divine that I made for that map, right? So you just do a bunch of these. Yeah, if you know how to gamble tablets, I would gamble them.
Good news for you.
But at a baseline, that's already nearly 1 div per map, with no juice. And then you just make your way towards Citadels, you make your way towards Jade Isles, you make your way towards Matriarch Halls and Patriarch Halls, and you just sell the fragments that you get. And each of those fragments will sell for like a divine or more. It's worthless. And in the process of doing this, you will sometimes spawn Grand Mirrors. You run the map with the Grand Mirror, and that lets you spawn Deli Fog. And then when you run the Deli Fog areas, it'll gradually stack up to 200% Delirium on the rest of the fog. Hopefully I get a mirror here so I can show you. Researcher, I'll do this. Oh, beautiful. 1 whole Valorb. Why is this map so long? I'll finish my boss rush by next year. No, there's no issues with Deli. Oh, no mirror. Okay, but hopefully you get the point. You just rush the bosses like this while making your way towards whatever shiny things are on your atlas. And then eventually you're going to spawn a Grand Mirror. And you run the map with the Grand Mirror. I probably have some, actually. Like this, for example. You run this map, and you put your hand in the mirror after the boss, and that lets you spawn Deli Fog wherever you choose on the map. So let's say I've got some Deli Fog over here. And as you run through it, every single map that you complete, the way this builds up is every rare monster that you kill will build up 1% deliriousness. So if I want to build it up really fast, I do it on like triple breach tablets with rare monsters to build up to 200% deli within a few maps. And then the rest of the fog, all of this will be 200% deli, and it'll have like super boosted difficulty and super boosted loot. And that's how you set that up across your atlas.
I have a buyer.
No, there's no issues with max deli on this map, on this build. The only issues I would have is because I'm streaming and I'm like lagging out the ass sometimes. But I'll run some to show you. Tier 16. Sure. Did I do this deli return? I do want to get into here. Just take these. I guess I'll go. Oh, this is not set up. This is not. This is. Wait, what? This is 2 different fogs? Oh, this is 1 fog and this is another fog. That's unfortunate. I need to replace these. Okay, so I'll do triple deli because that's. I don't have a city right now, so I'll do triple deli. Frag. Let me look up Splinter. Okay, please re-roll from Augury. I ain't doing Augury. Re-roll. Re-roll to something good. Ice Cave. That's pretty shit. Whatever. Okay, so set up your Vergless at the start of the map. And generally, like, the first part of the map, you want to play a little bit slower because you don't have any stacks on your Oversar or moats, but it's just for a little bit. Where is she? Yo, where is she? Ooh, one divine. Oh, I do not enjoy Ice Cave. I don't like this map layout. Lots of splinters. Okay, but that's like fix your mic and record. I can't, man. I've got a scuffed ass setup. I'm playing on a laptop. My keyboard doesn't work half the time. This is this is the best I can do right now. But that's an example of like T16 200% deli full deli tablets, right? Like you can juice higher than that, of course, but you can see that like at a baseline the build doesn't have problems. Like clearing 200% deli is the same thing as clearing no deli on this build. How many divs budget would it take to run this build? 50 divines or so, I would say, to run the budget version. Like, if you look back a few days, I released the budget version of the build that costs maybe 50 divines to get online and run everything. And then this version of the build, I've got maybe like 1,000, 1,200 divs in it. About half of that is the Mage Blood. But at this point in the league, that's considered a pretty cheap build for like an endgame setup. But you don't need that much, right? 50 divines or so is enough to get off the ground. But I would start with the budget version. Do you have a video on how to craft a strong time loss ruby? They are very expensive and hard. Yeah, I can craft one. They might be too expensive to be worth it now, though, because the prices have gone up a lot. When I made mine, it was one divine. I don't know about League Start, man. Like, Gemling is gonna get fucking curb stomped into the ground. I have no idea if this is still gonna be remotely viable in by the time there's the next league start. Right? Like there's a lot of stuff on Gemling that is just not balanced, so your guess is as good as mine what this is gonna look like next league. This might just be like a one league thing. I would say the majority of the builds that I play do not last into the next league. Most of them, there's some kind of mechanic that I'm using, or some kind of movement or whatever that I'm using that doesn't make it into the next league. So you know. Let me. It's a very fun build. I will not say it's the best build. If you want the best possible build and you have a lot of money, just do some fucking Infernalist no mana shit with the word like that, like Call Comet. Like every single league, Call Comet is just the best by this point in the league. But I find those builds kind of boring, so you know, I think this is a good build, and I think it's a really fun build. One divine. Okay. Okay, so what this search is set up to do, it's in my mobalytics under the gear section, is this will search for 2 desirable stats, right? There's 3 stats that are really good. +1 max rage, effective notable passive skills and radius, and gain rage on melee hit. You just want 2 out of 3. Now, the best one is the one I have here, +1 maximum rage. However, right, the problem with this is it's a prefix, and the very large radius is also a prefix, so it becomes a 50-50 if you knock this off or not, right? So the most reliable to go for is the ones without the +1 max rage, because then there's no chance of bricking it. This has a chance of bricking. But all you do is you pick up a jewel like this, and then you go for Ancient, Potent, Liquid Melancholy, right? The other important thing in this search is it's not corrupted, because you cannot craft uncorrupted. It's not crafted already because you cannot have 2 crafted modifiers. And you can see it has a not parameter for medium and large, because if it already has a radius modifier, you cannot craft on another radius modifier, right? So you can find this link in the MOBA guide to purchase this. And then you purchase an Ancient Liquid I might have one, actually. Ancient Potent Liquid Yeah, I have some. These are really cheap. I think they're like 10 exalts. Yeah, 25 exalts if you don't mind waiting like 15 seconds, 14 exalts. And then you just pop this on and pray. Okay, we won, right? So the reason it's a 50-50 is because this is a prefix, and the +1 max rage is a prefix. And so you have a 50-50 of knocking this off instead of the undesirable mod. But we won on this one. So we have the +1 max rage. We have increased effective notable passives and radius. And honestly, even the life this is probably better than mine, potentially. I'm not gonna lie, this is probably better than what I'm using. Because I don't need the rage on melee hit anymore because I swapped the seismic cry, so I think that's actually an upgrade, right? Do I have rage on melee hit elsewhere? I might still need this because I don't think I have another source of rage on melee hit. You need at least one source. Yeah, so I can't replace this right now, but I will divine this. 20%, 5. That's good enough. And then, how much does this sell for? Why does this not? Okay, let me see. Upgrades radius to very large. And this does not have rage on melee hit, but this has these. Why are there no results? It's crafted. Does this just not exist? Oh, okay. I mean, that was a pretty lucky result, but that cost me 1 divine, and this is worth 300 divines now, I guess, because the prices went up so much. Interesting. Alright. This is recent too. I'm gonna list it at 500 and see if it sells. Okay, but that's how you craft them. You just go to that link, you buy the cheapest one you can get, and then toss on the potent liquid, and yeah, that's it. But you're probably not gonna get one like this. I got a snipe deal, right? Somebody just put that up with the +1 max rage. Still have not. Oh, you're right. You're so much smarter than I am. Upgrades radius to very large. Okay, not 500. 50 divs. Okay. I can't take it out anymore. 50 divs. I'm actually surprised these aren't that expensive. Effective notable. That's not bad. With the +1 max rage. Whoa. This one's pretty good. 500 divs. Okay, the price does go up pretty fast, huh? Warcry speed. It's the same as mine for 80 divs. Is there anything better than what I have right now? No, none of these have the plus melee. The only thing to keep in mind is if you have a jewel like this one that doesn't have the plus rage on melee hit line, then you have to get at least one of that somewhere else, from like a different jewel or like a rune in your gloves, for example. Because you do need some of that stat. But I would say most likely what you're going to end up with doing this search is like say this one for 5 divines, right? It has the effect of notable passive. It has rage on melee hit. You're probably going to pick something up like this up and then put the very large on it, and you'll have the rage on melee hit. And this isn't quite as good as having the plus max rage, but it's like almost there. No, I'm full on waste stones again. That is sad. Okay. Let me... Oh shit, that was a city. I should have put another thing in. Let me build up the Delhi fog in this region. I wish the other Crowbell was like this one. Just like, if they could all just fall over without doing the big gate-breaking cutscene, that'd be so fantastic. Could a variant of this be viable on Kitava, or does it require Titan for the Aftershock? Let me think about that. I mean, you can definitely run Earthshatter on different ascendancies. You definitely don't require Gemling. It's just that you can't do the Frostwall Vergless stuff, right? It'd be a fairly different setup. I would say yes, you could probably run it on Kitava. I don't know if the damage and the overall QOL would be as good, but you would be tanky, that's for sure. I would say yes, it could probably work. But you would expect to have like pretty significantly lower damage than other ascendancies. But you know, if you prefer being like a gigantic tank, then there's not much that's getting bigger than a Kitava. Kitava. There might be mana issues on Kitava as well. I'm not gonna like super confidently say yes, but I think you could make it work if you're willing to cook a little bit. But I don't think it would be quite as good in terms of overall game feel. This is all city, right? So I can... Only played warrior. Yeah. You can definitely play Titan, though. Like, Titan is another great class for Earthshatter. Is there anybody that's, like, really new and just wants a shitload of T15 tablets? Or T15 waystones? Because I have no space left, and I need to get rid of these things. I don't think they have much value anymore. Like, does anybody need, like, a jumpstart on T15s? Otherwise, I'm just gonna vendor half of these, I think. Let's do full Delhi for a while. Splinter. Yeah, I don't think it's worth... I have, like, what? Almost 100 mil? Because I haven't done a whole lot of crafting this league, so... I'm probably just gonna take him out of my filter at this point. Also, does anybody want that time lost? If you spec Zarok's gift as an anoint, what would be the ideal jewel to put in the socket? Are you rich? How much money are we talking in terms of your budget for jewels? Because the jewel you go for is going to be very different depending on your budget. $200 divines, but curious if you had unlimited divines. I'll show you in a sec then. Where is the... Oh, the opening's on the other side. Have I ever tried out Shield Wall Sunder stuff? Yeah, I've done both of them. I don't like either. Sunder, to be honest with you, just feels like a really bad version of Earthshatter. It's slower, it does way less damage, and I don't know. I played Sunder during this character because I wanted to try Sunder out, and I really could not find many redeeming qualities to Sunder in comparison to Earthshatter. I think this is just straight up a better skill, unfortunately. I mean, Sunder's kind of cool. It plays like Val Ground Slam or something from PoE 1, but I think it's just not that good, ultimately. It does like 3 times lower damage than Earthshatter. Okay, let me show you that. Wow, I put a portal next to a portal. The ideal jewel, if you had like an unlimited budget to put in Zarok's, would probably be like a diamond that has... modifiers 5. Wait. Oh no, not enchant modifiers. Okay, it would be one of these, probably. Not the max ES ones, because this doesn't use max ES. It'd be something like this. Increased effective prefixes, +3 max rage, attack speed, attack damage, elemental damage. This is like the ideal jewel if you had unlimited currency for this build. Realistically, you're probably not going to get something like this. I would say a more realistic budget, something like this. Oh my god, wait, that's only 1. It's not even that good either. So I would say a more realistic jewel is to just put in something like I have, which is attack speed with spears, damage with hits against rare and unique enemies, and elemental damage. It's not that hard. It's more of a question of, is it worth it from an investment standpoint? Like, how much are you actually getting out of it in terms of juice for the build? Because this is a very, very basic build in the sense that it's just a life-based, non-crit armor build, right? So the more you pump into it, the less you kind of get out of it in comparison to a build that's scaling crit, and you can do like 5 mod crit jewels, etc. If you do make one of those 5 affix ones, chaos... Yeah, it's still kind of expensive, though. And I think the upgrade over a regular rare jewel is not that big. Whereas in comparison, if you're doing like a crit build and you can go for like a triple crit jewel, or you're doing like an ES build, CI build, and you can do the double ES jewels with plus rage, like those are very expensive to craft, but the resulting value that you get out of those jewels is like way higher than a regular jewel. Whereas for a build like this, if you craft one of those 5 mod jewels, I don't think you're actually going to even notice it in terms of output relative to if you don't have the jewel, right? Because you're hitting kind of like a wall with the scaling types on this build, since this is not a super high budget build. Now, if you convert this to crit, or you convert this to ES, then absolutely you should be shoving 5 mod jewels into every single slot, and just like doing a fucking ring around the tree. The highest cap for this build on... Yes, I'm capped on both. Except for a little bit of Chaos Res, because I kind of fucked up some of my gear. I make sure I'm capped even without Sacred Flame. Otherwise, when you're kind of whirling around, you might take a big fire hit, right? It's not like mega high priority, but it's still nice to be res capped on both. But like, the ideal max cap for this build, if you have literally unlimited currency and you really want to play Earthshatter, would be to drop almost all of this off and go like this. You travel all the way here, click every single jewel socket, you click CI, and then you put Medved's Felling into your rolling slash. Same thing on this side, you would go up here, and if you're like an absolute freak madman, you would click Primal Hunger and put Bater's Vengeance onto your Earthshatter, and just run no rage effect, and have 200 max rage, and you just like fucking whirling slash into Narnia at 20 attacks per second. That's like absolute mirror tier gear, like mirror mace. You have such powerful gear that you do not need any rage scaling whatsoever, right? Then you would have like 200 rage from Primal Hunger, and your whirling slash would literally be like twice as fast as mine, like 20 attacks per second or some shit, crazy shit like that. That would probably be the maximum cap on the build, but that's like fantasy land levels of currency. I think it goes on automatically, if I'm not mistaken. I have no idea how that stuff works. I've never streamed before. I think it just loads the VOD on automatically if anybody wants to look through it. Oh, you want to cap out your Chaos Res, if possible. You definitely want to get as close to cap as you can. Now, Chaos damage is not that common in the game, so like, if you can get away without having that much Chaos Res if you're careful. But there's a couple sources that will really, really hurt you. There's like a couple mobs, rare mobs in Breach especially, that do like really, really big Chaos hits. Although I think they nerfed one of them. And then the Chaos Strongboxes that release the Chaos projectiles in a circle everywhere. If you don't have Chaos Res and you open one of those, it can be pretty dicey. Outside of that, there's honestly not that much Chaos Res in the game, so it's not that big of a problem if you're not like fully capped, but the higher you can get it, the better, right? I wonder how cheap it is to craft a Chaos Ring right now. Let me see. Because you can pretty easily craft rings that have like 50% Chaos Res. The prefixes might not be as good, but let me see. Like, if you want like a one-stop Chaos Res solve. Let me go I-75, and then let's go for fire damage, cold damage. Let's put this at 25 and put this at 20. Count 1. And elemental res. Ooh, let's put 30. And then magic. True, you could also flux it. That is true. Wait, that's true. You can literally just flux the... How does the conversion rate work? Like, if you have, like, say, 40% lightning res as a suffix, how much chaos res does that convert to? Also, how much are...
Yes?
Oh my god, I cannot click. Preserved collarbone is... really cheap now. all the res is converted? That is fucking disgusting, man. Seriously? It's just 1-to-1? That is not balanced. Let me see. 80 ring. $89. Wow. Yeah, that's fucked up, man. I didn't realize it converted 1-to-1. That's crazy. I thought it would go to like a lower ratio. That's fucking nasty. 132% chaos res. Damn, bro. What the hell? Okay, I mean, that's good to know. That's really good to know. Jesus. You fear dropping the unique helm because of Vergless maintenance. Could you elaborate on that? Yeah, if you're using a physical weapon, like you're using the what's it called, Sadist's Mercy in the budget version, then you want to use that unique helmet so that you can chill and freeze with your physical damage. Once you swap over to Oro Vasara, or just any elemental mace, you don't deal physical damage anymore. It's all cold damage, lightning damage, fire damage already. So you don't need the unique helmet because all that does is allow your physical damage to chill and freeze. But we don't have physical damage anymore, if that makes sense. So as soon as you pick up an Oro, you can swap over and go to a rare helmet. Man, that means Chaos Res ring crafts are probably kind of dead, huh? I made a lot of money in some of these leagues, like crafting Chaos Res rings early on, but I guess that's kind of dead with fluxes. That's really interesting. That's weird that it works like that, man. I don't think it should work like that. Does that answer your question, Mano? No. Okay, let me... Oh. Do you guys just not pick up Waystones anymore? Like, what are you guys doing for Waystones? Because my thing just keeps filling up. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it shouldn't be hard to craft a pretty good ring at this point, right? Let me look up the prices. Catalyze / Catalyst. If you want to learn to craft a little bit. Catalyzing Omen. What? What am I doing wrong? Oh, here. How much are these? 15? Does it require more frost walls to keep Vergless up without the unique helmet? No. All the unique helmet does is it allows your physical damage to chill and freeze. If you don't have physical damage, it's not doing anything for you. Your Vergless should always be up if you're doing elemental with cast on elemental ailments. It's automated with cast on elemental ailments. Your gold broke from respecking. I have way too much gold, man. Yeah, if you have a good... Let me just pull my mace out if I still have it. You can Alders then replace it, right? How much is... I guess that has a chance of replacing the crafted. Anyways, the best two suffixes are +2 to all attack with Perfect Essence of Battle, and I think it's an Amanamu Desecrate for increased fissure chance. Yeah, I corrupt all my Waystones, but I'm still like completely full. I just gotta sell these off, I guess. Bater's Vengeance is just hard to fit because there's nowhere to put it, right? Bater's Vengeance, you have to... You have to put it on an active attack or an active war cry, so you cannot stick it on something like Herald of Ice. So you have to freeze with something that's your attack, but the only thing we attack with is Earthshatter. So you would have to replace an actual support on Earthshatter to put in Bater's, and that's not really worth it because we're already getting like 200% gain as damage, and Bater's would only add on like another 30%. So it's actually a very, very small multiplier. The main value of Bater's is not the Earthshatter. It's that it would offer a bunch of gain as cold to your Herald of Ice for better armor explosion damage, so it can chain a little bit better, but it's not worth losing a slot on your actual Earthshatter for. So there's no real way to If you want gold, you can come to my hideout. I'll give you a bunch of waste stones. I just want to get rid of these things because otherwise I'm gonna vendor them. Yeah, there's just nothing worth dropping because we have so much gain as damage already. Yeah, the Spearfield build is not good in 200% deli. I said that in the final build guide. I was like, if you want to run 200% deli, don't run Spearfield. Spearfield is like a really smooth, fun skill for just blasting through lower, like, standard content. It's not good in 200% deli. It doesn't have a big enough attack damage ratio. So if you want to run 200% deli, I would either switch it over to a different spear skill, like, let's say Glacial Lance, or I would change over to this build, right? Because this is also a Gemling. Because this build just smashes 200% deli. It is Gremlin League aware. Yeah, the Spearfield build is unfortunately not that good in Delhi. Damage is wild. Juiced Expedition is dicey at times. I think Expedition is always going to be dicey on this character if you max juice it, just because this is a life-based character, right? So the max hit pool is not that big. So I think like 200% Delhi, there's no problems no matter what you're running. But Grand Expedition, some of those mobs get so juiced up, I just don't think that you're going to feel like 100% safe unless you're doing like a full ES build. Budget version is like 50 divines. The total cost of this current character, like this version of the build, is maybe like 1200, 1300, because the Mage Blood is like 700 divines, right? Let me pull out some maps. Does anyone want that time loss, by the way? Like, I don't need the money right now. We can do like a small giveaway. Let me trade you. I just need to stop picking these things up. Bro, I cannot click you. My current armor? 90. I think when I'm mapping, I'm at 50k armor and 70k to elemental. Because you get some percent armor from rage and from scavenged plating, right? So in maps, I'm at about 50k armor. A lot of potential martial artists out there, but mostly just playing Whirling or Flicker, just a really... Yeah, martial artist is really good in general. But I kind of agree. It just, like, feels weird. The reason I haven't played a martial artist is because I feel like no matter what skill I use, it's not going to feel as good as just throwing on Whirling. It's like, that skill is so OP on martial artists. It's just like a full screen hit, you just blow everything up. I don't know, man. I don't know what I could put on martial artist to kind of get something different that feels on the same level as Whirling, and that's why I haven't made a martial artist yet. Where did the jewel go? Time lost. Does anybody want this? If anybody's like struggling to get a time lost and they're kind of working on a budget, this is like probably 60 divines or so. We can do a small group giveaway for this because I don't need this thing. I just crafted it to show how to craft it. Whirling feels slow. I don't know what's wrong. Spearfield MA. Whirling, number one, you need to get a lot of attack speed on it, right? So just full attack speed stack. Rigwalds, I think Rigwalds is like 100 divines. You want to get as fast of a spear as you can. Mine is 2.5. This goes up to like 2.7. And then the main thing, if you haven't used Whirling before, is there's two different speeds of Whirling, right? So this is a slow whirl, right? This is slow whirl. This is fast whirl. All right, I'm not doing a great demo, but you see how this goes like maybe 30, 40% faster? This is the way you do this is you need whirl on one of your mouse buttons. Put it really close to your character in the direction you're going. Oh, okay. Well, I'll finish explaining anyway. Put your cursor really close in the direction you're going. Hold it down, and then WASD in the direction you're moving. And that's how you get the fast whirl, like this. Right? So even at the same attack speed, it'll move a lot faster. This is slow whirling. Right? You can kind of see my characters bouncing back and forth. And then this is fast whirling. I don't use this all the time because it's annoying, but if I'm traveling long distances, I'll do the fast whirl. Okay, it looks like a few people want it. Just put a number in the chat, like, between 1 and 100, and I'll just pick the closest number after, like, a minute. Just put a number in the chat, like 1 to 100, and I'll pick whoever's closest. But leave it to people who actually need this thing. Like, if you're rich, then, you know, let somebody poor have it. Oh, rage on hit corruption is really nice, man. That means you don't need any other like plus melee rage on hit. So that's a good corrupt. Okay, Carlos. Number was 25. My number was 23. That's my favorite number. So Carlos, if you want to come to my hideout, it's Gremlin League Aware. You can just send me a friend request or party request. Australian ping too high to speed whirl? Yeah. It's not that easy. Yeah, no problem, man. Do I have anything else? Michael Jordan fan? No, 23 is just my favorite number because of my birthday is August 23rd, and then Kobe wore 23. Sec, be right back. That's your birthday? For real? August 23rd? That's fucking sick, man. That is a bizarre fucking coincidence. How big is the right? It's very big. That's where all of the armor break comes from for your armor explosions. So I think it's like 70 divines or so. I would say it's a very big upgrade to the build. It enables scavenged plating and it enables Herald of Ice chaining. What did you do to craft the jewel? I think you can probably scroll back a little bit in the sorry. I'm like lost between all these tabs. Gremlin League Aware. If you go to the Mobalytics link, there's this link here to purchase the Time Lost, and all I did was use an Ancient Potent Liquid Melancholy on it. That's it. And then I do also have an extra Olro. It's not a 30% roll, but if anybody needs an Olro Vasara, then I can give this off too. 30%. Yeah, this is a nice one. Is your MOBA on Discord? It's in the video description in the guide. Does anybody need an Olro? Like a cold Olro, if you haven't crafted one yet? I'm assuming everybody has one already. Love you too, man. You don't see it in the video description. It should be there. Funnest build I have ever played. Over here, written guide. Should be the first thing in the video description. Okay, who just added me? Was that... I mean, whoever it was, you can come to my hideout. Robert. Or Carlos, sorry. Different video. Chinese martial artist hollow form Sunder video. I'm down to look at it, man. Yours is 28, 25. You can come to my hideout if you want this one. I think the one I have is like 28. Thoughts on using deflection instead of armor? You would have to go evasion, so it's just a completely different spec. It's not that deflection is bad, it's just a different build. Wait, this is the right guy, right? Koholo? Trade? Yeah, if you want the 28% overall, you can come to my hideout as well, Pazza. I just have some random junk from when I was corrupting for mine. Oh, Koholo, make sure that you have some source of rage on hit. Because that jewel doesn't have rage on hit on it. It's a +1 max rage and increased effective notables. So, like, either with a rune on your gloves, you know, or like a different jewel, you need at least 1 max rage on hit. Or, sorry, 1 rage on melee hit to sustain. Name again? Gremlin League Aware. Deflection is off of evasion. It doesn't have as much synergy with this kind of Gemling build because Arctic armor and scavenged plating have really, really OP alternate Gemling qualities, so you can stack really high armor without much investment. The evasion stuff, like, what's it called? Wind Dancer doesn't have the same kind of effect. So I would say I wouldn't recommend going evasion deflect on this spec. I'm like trying to figure out what my next build is going to be as well. I haven't thought too much about it. Like, probably a couple more days on this build, and then I'll do maybe 1 or 2 more builds this league, I think. But I don't really know what to roll. It's kind of hard to think of stuff this late in the league. Because all this stuff has been found, like, a month in. All the, like, really, really OP techs have pretty much been found, so it's like... Not sure what to play. Here we are. Yeah, no problem, man. It is a very good league. It is absolutely a very good league. Like, did you find the Oro Vasara tech? The mace is bonkers. I mean, Oro Vasara's been in the game since 0.1, right? So it's not like a new mace by any means. I did find the cold version of it by myself, but I'm sure other people did it as well, right? Like, I would say generally anything in this game, there's other people, like, experimenting, finding stuff, trying stuff, and they don't necessarily all make videos. So I did find the Cold Oro Vasara by myself while searching around, but I'm sure there's other people that were running it as well, right? Just running the mace. Not necessarily with Earthshatter, not necessarily with this kind of spec, but the mace itself, I guarantee there were other people running Cold Oro Vasara. Something to do with Runic? That's true, I haven't done a full Runic ward build yet. I was thinking, like, I was maybe going to do something with Blink, because I've done Cast on Dodge, I've done Whirling Slash on Gemling, and kind of like the last big movement thing for Gemling is Blink, because it gets extra Blink distance, but it's kind of hard to find a build that really synergizes with it, because you would want to stack CDR for Blink, and there's nothing that really wants to stack a ton of CDR except for grenades. But then I think grenades are better with Cast on Dodge, probably. So I'm not sure what I would run with that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any, like, really solid ideas for what to do next yet. What is it, Yumi? It's so noisy. Okay. But yeah, I'll probably wind the stream down soon. I'm getting kind of hungry. It's like past midnight, so if anybody has any like final questions or anything they want to chat about, we can do that, and then I'll probably wrap up because it's a little bit late. Close this out. And then this is still streaming. Okay. And my cat is whining, if you guys can hear her. Yeah, baby. Oh, true. Okay, let me find my... For my gigantic 10-person Discord. I just realized the fucking profile pic for the Discord is PP. Phylara's PoE. Nice, man. Can you guys hear her? She is like non-stop whining, and I already fed her too. Sometimes we can hear her. Oh, you guys can join my Discord, by the way, if there's anybody that didn't already join. I literally just made it like during the stream, so there's nobody in it. But I guess I will start expanding it since I made it already. Here it is. You know, find a good pic of my cat, man. Discord. Send. She is so annoying, by the way. This is like such a vocal cat. 1 second. I need to go check on her. My best farm out of everything, just speed running 200% deli with like full deli tablets or full breach tablets. That's been what has worked best for me. Yeah, I have 2 cats, but my girlfriend and I broke up like a month ago, so I'm moving back to California, and I'm taking this cat, and she's taking the other cat, unfortunately. I'd like to keep the cats together, but, you know, that kind of is what it is. Let me find a pic of my other cat. The other cat is prettier, that's why she wants her. She's like prettier and more even-tempered. Let me see. No, I'm in Maryland right now, but I'm moving back to Cali in a couple weeks. To Cupertino. Yeah, I can quickly go over your ninja. It's a lot of Cali. I guess that's what I mean. I guess it makes sense because it's like fucking 12:32 over here, so I guess all the East Coasters are already asleep. Let me send my other one. The other cat is very pretty. The one I'm taking is like the little rascal cat. She's like loud, annoying. But she's very attached to me. Oh, nice, man. Near Sacramento, San Jose. Unemployed, bro. I feel you. I feel you. I have to figure my life out, man. Cause I was with my girlfriend for 7 years. This was a really long relationship. Like I moved over to Maryland to be with her. So We broke up like 4 weeks ago, so I gotta move back to California and figure my life out, man. So I feel you with the unemployment hours. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing right now. That's just how life be, right? That's just how life is sometimes. Po Ninja. Good luck and Godspeed, thank you. Yeah, your life is really low. Your Sky Sliver's also got really low attack speed. So as soon as you can upgrade your Sky Sliver, it might cost a little bit, but the faster your Sky Sliver is, or the faster your Spear is, the faster your roll will be, so. I would almost say you might have... Do you have mana issues? There's no way you don't have mana issues. Oh, you don't have an upgraded Aura Vasara. You need to upgrade to a cold Aura Vasara with the Runeforge. You could probably just buy a cheap one and divine it as well if you don't have the Runeforge unlocked. Yeah, you can get pretty good ones for not too much money. Like, get one with at least a decent amount of attack speed that's not too expensive, because it looks like you're working on pretty budget gear. So something like, let's say non-corrupted. Okay, so there's a few things that you need to do. You need to get a Heart of the Well that has... Oh, you have Recover Mana on kill. That's good. But I would say don't over-prioritize gloves like this that have plus melee skills. The higher you stack your plus melee skills, the worse your mana issues are going to get. So probably swap these out for like a nicer pair of gloves that just have attack speed. Because these gloves aren't that good anyways. So like good life, good armor, maybe some attack speed, maybe some armor to Ellie will be pretty good on your gloves. These rings are okay. You're missing some spirit. So another option is just to replace your amulet with a 50 spirit amulet and keep your gloves, right? That's another option because you don't have enough spirit to actually run the full setup right now. And then you definitely need to upgrade your Oro to the cold version. Because you're going to be doing like no damage with this baseline Oro Vasara. Oh, really? 2 divs? 5 divs for the cheapest one? That's really annoying. But you can Runeforge your own, so. If you get a Giga Rare Mace with +2, do you want melee elsewhere? This is kind of just like a case-by-case basis, where just go into a map, make sure your gem studded is actually balanced, and just see how bad your mana issues are. If you can sustain your mana okay, then just keep it. If you feel like your mana is really, really comfortable, you can add on plus melee elsewhere. And if you feel like you're just draining your entire mana pool in like 1 second, then remove plus melee elsewhere, right? Just balance it accordingly. And something you can also do is you can take this off, bolstering impact. Like, let's say you just have absolute giga gear, right? +2 melee gloves, +4 melee amulet, +2 melee on your mace. Just remove bolstering implants and stick it into, like, adaptive capability. And that way you don't have to care about dex or int rex on any of your gems. And you just pump it all into strength and get a bunch more max life. Or you can do, like, integrated efficiency. That's also an option if you're overstated on plus melee or overstated on plus levels. Definitely need a better belt that has more life as well. And then, yeah, you're looks like you're working on a really, really budget setup. So I would actually recommend just using a shield. Like, go to the 50 divine budget or less video that I made like maybe a week ago and follow that build instead of this here, because you're trying to do like 1,000 divine budget build, and it looks like you're working with like 20 divines at most. So I would not be running Sacred Flame. Go to this build. This one. The strongest budget build I've played from a week ago. This is the one you want to follow until you work up some more currency. Sacred Flame, I wouldn't put this on until you have at least a few hundred divines to work with to make it, to balance it out. You need a bunch of anoints, you need a bunch of like armor and life on other stuff in order to make Sacred Flame worth it. And you need Augmented Flesh Anoint, which is also expensive. Oh my gosh, my cat. Okay, I will. If nobody has any other questions, had the Sacred Flame from my witch. Yeah, I mean, if you feel like you're not that squishy, you can try it. But I suspect that you're going to run into some tinkiness problems if you're running a scepter on this kind of budget. You have really, really budget gear. Like you need to farm and you need to save up some currency and work into some better stuff because like any true melee build that just sits there and attacks is going to take some damage, right? Because you're standing there, you're not strafing around, you're not kiting. So, make sure you just save up some currency and just start upgrading your gear because you've got a lot of kind of mediocre pieces on there. Can I show my skill gems? Yeah. You have the same spirit mount, but you have trouble allocating all the supports. If you're only a few points off, it might be because you're missing something like the Allah's Desire, or you don't have as much quality as me. So your stuff costs a bit more. What you can do is you can just remove precision, and that's it. Precision really doesn't matter, and then you need like 10 less spirit than me. On the mana flask where it says lose 5% with ward, how do you get ward on the build? You just runeforge your lore weave. You can runeforge any piece of gear. It doesn't really matter what it is. Just runeforge one piece of gear and you'll have some ward for it. And that's about all. Your ninja name is blowing my nade. Okay, let's see. You might have to link me your profile though, because if you're not high enough level, it's not going to show on the actual ladder site. Oh no, you're 96, man. Okay. Paragon, nice amulet, man. Sick fucking amulet. Okay. Good gloves. You've got some pretty good gear going on. Mage Blood, Granite. Nice, man. Nice. Good, good. Fox Idol and Rune of the Prism. Good stuff. This ring is definitely replaceable with something with max life or just the third flat damage. It's not pressing though. Like this is still a pretty good ring. Quality, Onslaught, Chill. I would say the only thing is if you feel a little bit squishy, you can pick up the Mana Flask Guard one. If you feel like you have some mana issues, you can swap out of Lavianga's for the Chalice Flask. The Chalice you have to press every 12 seconds, so it's a little bit annoying, but it's like 3 times as much recovery as Lavianga's. So that's definitely an option, if you feel like Lavianga's is not enough. Spirit of the Wolf. Bro, you've got some good shit on here. Your Megalomaniac sucks. This thing does, like, nothing at all. So definitely replace your Megalo. This is literally just a dead slot. There's nothing useful here. So something with like +1 fissures. Where is it? This one's really good. Proliferating Weeds. If you do use Chalice, Warding Potions is really good. I think you have Paragon on your helmet. So anything with stimulants is going to be really good for attack speed. You have Mana Leech on the rare mace? Let me see. I didn't take a look at your mace. That's true. Oh, you don't have... Yeah, you don't have Leech right now, so... I would say the only major thing right now is replace your Megalo with something useful. All of your other gear is really good. This ring you can definitely replace with a third flat or with life. This is good. Dude, your shit is on point. Good attack speed here. 1923. Earthshatter, Rakiata. Do you have... Okay, you replaced with Refraction 2. Oh, you need to drop elemental weakness, man. Your Rakiata is making you deal less damage right now. You have like 120 divs on a support that's making you deal less damage. Yeah, but you still got elemental weakness, right? So you're lowering the resist of the monsters into the negatives, and Rakiata's flipping it into the positives. So you need to drop your elemental weakness and switch this to Enfeeble or Temp Chains. Yeah. Your Rakiata's literally making you do less damage right now. Arctic Armor, yeah, this is 20. Good, good. Enfeeble's very good. I like Enfeeble a lot. You've even got the Unset Ring set up? Yeah, man. This is really good. There's not much to complain about in this setup. It's almost all ideal. Full Fizz Mace, attack speed. You could what is crafted and what is desecrated on this mace? Because I can't see on Po Ninja. Are any of these mods crafted? Or is this just like desecration and that's it? Because if none of these are crafted mods, you can just cycle the desecration with perfect battle until you get both of them on and just replace the light radius. No craft? Okay, so just perfect battle this. Yeah, just perfect battle. If it replaces the fissure mod, then you can desecrate again and you just cycle it until it replaces the light radius, because they're both super, super cheap, and then you can get +2 that way. And I think that's it. I think, like, yeah, it might take a few cycles, but literally I think Perfect Essence of Battle is like 5 exalts, and the Desecrate is also like 5 exalts. And then that means that if you do have mana issues, you can drop off Bolstering for like adaptive capability, something like that. But if you're running a rare mace, you might as well get the +2. And that also affects your heralds, so you'll get better overall, stats on your heralds. If you are really rich, okay, this is only if you are extremely rich, but I think you are extremely rich because these are fantastic items. You could Alder's Legacy your mace with Surly's Gift. Legacy of Surly's... yeah, I mean, if you have no mana issues and you have some leech, then you're good to go. Yeah, you got some mana leech here. Oh, that makes your Megalo make a little bit more sense, because you're always leeching mana. Okay, I mean, that's respectable. I don't think you need Dangerous Blossom, but, that's pretty respectable. But I think you can still upgrade your Megalo. So fix your mace, get +2 attack onto it, and then if you have a lot of money and you want a full min-max, use a Legacy of Surly's in your mace to get the quality to 40, pump the quality to 40, and then replace it with another attack speed rune. Because that's not socket bound, you can literally just 40 qual your mace for free, like besides like the fucking 150 divine cost, and then switch it back to whatever rune that you actually want. And then you'll deal like 1.2 times more damage. 40% qual? It's really good, because it doesn't cost the rune slot. You can just replace the rune afterwards. So it's basically free, so to speak, if I'm not mistaken. I would double check this, because I haven't done this, but, On the budget build, it doesn't show the ascendancy. Are you leveling for this, or are you looking into a different Gemling build? There's so many Gemling builds, man. I really hope that GGG looks at this and takes this and goes like, people really love this shit, let's make this more baseline, right? Because it shouldn't be that you have to roll Gemling to access all these skills and builds, man. Imagine if we could put these different skills onto like different actual ascendancies. They need to let us do that. They need to make these skills better at a baseline. Like, give us some of these really strong alternate qualities as the actual qualities on the gems. And then, holy fuck, the number of characters that you could make is going to absolutely explode. Gemling is so cool, I agree. Let me see. Did I miss it? Really? Oh, you're right, man. I am stupid. Thank you for pointing that out. You are so right. Strength and this. Sorry, this is my first league actually doing written guides and mobalytics, so I'm not very experience with this. But yeah, Smokey, check, double check, because I'm a dumbass. I'm pretty sure that you can Surly's Grit, get it to 40 qual, and swap out to a different rune, and swap back to an attack speed rune. And then you just have a 40 quality mace for free. I think that's how it works. So double check on that, and if that's the case and you have the money to spend, that's how you would just like giga max out your character. It would also make your heralds go crazy, because it would give you +2 on your heralds, right? Can I look at your POB? Yeah, absolutely. Duck, Dolan, Mzui, Peewee. Okay, you are level 84, so still leveling. Definitely your lore weave could be improved at some point, because this is just a 1 mod lore weave. To get some more max life, I know this probably isn't your final helmet, but getting the, what's it called? This rune? Emergent Vigor will give you a bunch of extra maximum life from your helmet, which is really nice. This is fine. You've got the Oro. Oh, you've got the Rage on hit. That's really nice, man. That's a great corruption. Spirit. I would say probably the biggest upgrade for you is literally just saving up for a Mage Blood. Mage Blood is a really, really big upgrade. You can definitely get a better Lore Weave. I think... Oh, you do have Ward. You can definitely get a better Lore Weave after you save up a bit and go for like 2 useful mods. Get a little bit more life on your gear via the rune up here, and then just start saving up for the more expensive stuff like Paragon, Raven Touch Shard on a really good helmet. Let's see. You need mana. You need recover mana on kill, or you're gonna have bad mana issues. Number 1 stat for Heart of the Well is you need recover mana on kill. Recover life on kill, you don't really need it because you already have cannibalism in your Purity of Fire. So mana on kill and then a gain as, and then either a second gain as or increased crystal life is good. Stimulants, that's fine. Yeah, everything else looks solid. Earthshatter, Herald of Ice. You can swap Infernal Cry over to Seismic Cry, because Seismic Cry gives twice as much rage, although the radius is a bit smaller. Refraction 3, Frostwall, Whirling. Looks good. Yeah, looks good, man. Most of this is solid. You set it up pretty well. All right. I'm getting kind of hungry. Does anyone have any last questions or things they want me to review? And then I'm probably going to call it for the stream.
I'll do you proud.
I will hopefully figure out how to remove the delay next time. I don't know if this is like inbuilt to YouTube streams and like I just have to have a 20-second delay, but I'll see if I can get the delay like removed for next time. I'll snoop around. Or if anybody knows or can like figure out how to do that, and you can just message me. How often do I live stream? Yesterday and today. That's it. I'm not a streamer. This was literally just because I set the character up and it seemed like people were having problems with getting their character set up properly, so I just decided to hop on stream to do some POB reviews. I mean, I can stream a little bit more now and then. I don't really have any kind of schedule or how often. This was like completely on a whim. If I do stream more, I'm probably gonna have to like actually figure out how to link stuff up with Twitch and get the chat on screen and all that stuff. I'm completely clueless right now. Okay, what's out of this? All right, bros. I'm gonna go get some food. Hope you guys have a really good night. Hopefully you got the help you needed. If you need anything else, you can always message me on Discord, or just leave a comment. And then I'll see if it seems like people still need help. I'll probably do another stream tomorrow or whenever it makes sense. Yep. All right. See you guys.